All right. I think we are live. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, hit that number 1 if you don't mind. I do have the fan on me once again, so hopefully that's not a distraction. Jim, Deonis, Matt, Brian, another Brian. Oh, Brian's in Michigan. Good. Well, yeah, I think my voice is sounding better. I'm not quite back, but definitely better than how it's been. So, can I just get a couple more ones? Everything sound okay audio-wise? You can hit that number 1 if I sound okay. Not fuzzy or anything, because again, I do have a fan blowing on me. Kyle, Carlos, Rick, thank you. All right, very good. I will assume then that everything is fine. As always, friendly, quick reminder, if you have not yet hit that like button and you've been here before and you're going to enjoy, make sure you hit that like button. If you've never been here before, then it's great to have you. Welcome. No need to hit the like button, though. I totally understand you have no idea if you're going to like this. But, again, if you've been here before and you know you are going to like, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be fantastic. Hey, Lawafo, good to see you. Brett, thank you. All right. Well, been an interesting morning. And started off tricky for me, but this movement here started, kind of help out a bit. And had more news than we've had recently this week. Had some news at 9:45, some news at 10. So a good variety out there. And we'll see where the late morning, early afternoon takes us. In fact, right now maybe it's gonna take it. That's kind of wide. It'd stop 61. Yeah. Okay, I'm short. See if this thing wants to come down some more. I like the candle that just formed here. So we are short. Pretty quick trade, but hey, the setup showed up. So, I mean, why not take it? All right, I took one off there just because this is hesitating way too much. Way too much. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not being patient enough. So that's why I still have 2 contracts. But I wanted to take one off just in case this hesitation here is a leading indicator that this is not as weak as what this candle is leading me to believe. So it could still be a losing trade, but it'll be a more modest one just because, again, I locked in a small gain. But more importantly, I reduced position size on it. Because, again, I don't like the hesitation, but maybe I'm just not being patient enough. So that's why I still do have 2 contracts. In the event that it's me, if I'm the issue, then I still have 2 contracts to participate. You've been long? All right, well, we'll see what happens. But this is a candle that I would assume has some longs. A little worried. Again, doesn't mean that their trade's not going to work, but I can see them being worried, and when longs are worried, that is always a possible short. Oh my goodness. These ones are too? How can you... What's up with you women? Goodness. These are... All right. Good. I'm trying to trade. I'm getting critiqued. My life is in shambles. All right, let me put the buy. All right, so here we go. Let me just do this real quick too. Let me get the trade plan just in case. Buy. Okay. All right. Where'd my other? Okay. So this, this compared to this, which ones are worse? Now I think I can see the crookedness in these ones. All right, so let me know. I'm assuming only women will be participating in this exercise. Oh, let's calm down, you love me friendly. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Nobody's being torn down here. Okay, this. Oh, well then, Jim, this is all. Black is worse. Go back. Okay, good. I thought so. But is this one even crooked? Because this is like a new pair. They both look fine. Can't listen to Michelle. Well, now I have Jessica, which is weird to say. I know her as Jess. But there we go. All right. Black was worse, so I'll Black will be worst case scenario. The reason I had to get another set of two is because my other ones got broken. It was my fault. I left them in an area, and then one of the kids broke them. Yeah, I don't even think these ones are crooked. I was set up. It was an ambush. It was an ambush, I tell you. I am short. Blue line is my entry. Seeing if this wants to roll over some. Yeah, we'll see if it reverses. I would not complain if it reverses. Well, no, she was. It's all a setup. It's all a setup by Jim, by one of the own admins. Not to mention an admin with the number 2 crown. It was a setup. But the nice thing about Jimbo's wife is she can't lie. Like, she just can't do it. So when I ask her, how do the glasses look? If she says they're good or it's good enough, then I know that's actually the truth. Because she would tell me if they look bad. So she's a good source. All right, well, again, my stop is up here. Imagine your ear is an inch quarter higher than another. These ones aren't even bad. You can't even tell I have glasses on. That's my. The clear ones are transparent. You can't even tell. They're like invisible. So you guys don't even know that I have glasses. All right, about to get stopped out. And stopped out. All right, well, I am glad that I did take that one off down there, that hesitation. In hindsight, I should have listened to my instincts and just done all 3 for a small little gain. But I've been wrong before. So my target price was your stop. That would make sense. That would make sense. So this candle here led me astray. Thought maybe it'd want to roll back over. And not roll back over, but at least give me somewhat of a pullback. And I got... Well, I take that back. I did get a little bit of a pullback, enough where I could have had a small little scalpy scalp, but I was looking for more than a scalpy scalp, so it ultimately turned out to be losing trade. But I played that one overall decently. Took some. Glad I lowered the position size right there. 5 minute though, we are approaching a very interesting level. We are now at the pink line, which is the 200 period moving average. So yes, is the price going to be able to push through here? That is the question. That is the question. Man, we're doing great. Oh, sorry. I was looking at viewers for likes. I'm like, man, we're already up to 60 some likes. But no, it was 60 viewers. I guess we're not doing too bad with likes. But yes, reminder, hit that like button if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy. The quicker we can get this up to our first target of 50 likes, the better. All right, well, start off the live stream with a loser, but I'm happy with the way I traded that one. It just didn't work out. So how is everybody's day here going? Green, red, great, terrible, mediocre, middle of the road. Better than I deserve. Hey, Mark, good to see you. You said the purple line is... no, the purple line is the 50 period simple moving average. The pink line is the 200 period simple moving average. No, not the daily, Steven. I'm not on the... I'm on the 2 minute. If I was on the daily time frame, then yeah, it would be the 200-day simple moving average. But I'm on the 2 minute, so it is not the 200-day simple moving average. I always like to go bed at 1 a.m. Dave Ramsey has entered. Oh, that's right. It's like, where have I heard that before? That is true. That's true. Who was it? Hooch from a couple weeks ago made this statement, which is true. If you woke up today, it's a green day. You know, if you woke up, got out of bed, it's a green day. Which is a good outlook to have on things. By the way, Mark, who's in the chat right here, he did this for me. So what do we think about the new Pam's plant? Right here. There it is. Hopefully it looks a little bit more clean. So there we go. Pam's plant has been modified design-wise. So thank you, Mark, for doing that. I think it looks great. Jocko likes it. Very good. Looks more professional. I agree. I know the other one was a little bit more like looked like a third grader's art project, but you know, sometimes people just don't have skills in certain areas, you know? It's just the way that it is. I realize this means nothing now because I'm totally armchair hindsight trading it. So, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. But I really was thinking I should probably buy the breakout and the pull back to that pink line right there, which is just a basic breakout, back test the breakout point, which should act as support, which it did, and then it went. So, but again, I'm saying all this in hindsight, so I 100% accept the critique of, well, it's easy to say that all in hindsight, which is totally true. Oh, it will. Yeah, this it's clean, nice and clean right here. Just, I like this. Whoever said it looked professional, I agree. Nice and professional looking. So if you have no idea what Pam's plan is, anybody that's new, that is just that's what my main goal of the live stream, to make people aware of Pam's plan. That if you are if you are a day trader, wanting to be a day trader, that the most efficient way, mathematically provable, to go about day trading is day trading futures through a prop firm. So that's what Pam's plan is just summarizing. Did anybody see yesterday's after hours action? That was some good stuff. I wish the MNQ, the NQ behaved like that after the market closed every day. I think, well, not think, it was pretty much because of what? Google had earnings, Tesla had earnings. So when a lot of the tech stocks have earnings, it can, you know, make its way into the futures market and create some very nice movement. What is that on the right side? That looks like volume. It's called a volume profile. I think somewhere have a video on the volume profile. I can try to look that up for you real quick while we wait. There we go. I might be lying. I don't know. Let's see. There you go. Okay. So here you go. If you are interested. I can't remember what I talked about in this video. I'm assuming it's about the volume profile, but there you go. All right, kind of just one of these slow grinds right now. The slower grind I think is easier to see on the 5 minute. We are now working on our 4th green candle in a row. Each of these candles is 5 minutes. So we're working on about 20 minutes now of just, you know, slow upwards move. So I don't really have any interest in shorting this for the time being. I already tried my short here. This candle suckered me in, played me like a fiddle. So now I'm a little gun shy. I think rightfully so, to be a little gun shy. And I don't know. I could see a pullback to the VWAP, maybe having my interest levels. Was that because of the trend? Was what because of the trend? No, the short was mainly, well, yeah, to an extent it was. Because I was wondering if this is just some kind of dead cat bounce within this move here. Was it going to come back and maybe roll over? But, I mean, if you look at that candle right there, in my mind at least, suggested that maybe the sellers were showing back up, going to smack back down the buyers. It got smacked back down right at the pink line. So I thought it might get a little bit of a pullback more. You know, not a crash, but a little bit pullback more. So mainly the candle is what drew my attention to that one. Exactly. Well, yeah. Yep. But there was really no pullback. Now, in hindsight, I could have scalped out for a small little gain, but I thought it'd give me a little bit more. So, but yeah, had I chosen to do a scalpy scalp, that would have been a winning trade, but I didn't. I gave it a chance to come back down, and it just did not. Good morning, JJ. Good to see you. I've got a little bit of a pullback here. I don't know. Is this thing really going to keep on grinding? This seems like a FOMO chase right now, but like I said, we are at 4 green candles in a row on the 5-minute. I'm going to let this try to shape out a little bit more. Overall, though, it's a good day. Started off, like I was saying earlier, a little tricky for me, but ultimately had some nice winners. I am green, and the goal here is to try to stay green, obviously. So we'll see if I can pull that off or not. Hopefully, all of you are, even if you're not green, hopefully it's all your days have been filled with good habits. Hey, good morning, Travis. Because remember, a green day filled with bad habits is actually not a good day. Because it's only a matter of time before those bad habits bite you. And all those quote-unquote green days all of a sudden become red. Finally had my first green day yesterday. Nice job, Travis. So you got that monkey off your back. One step at a time. That's really what trading is one monkey off your back at a time. In the prop firm space, kind of that first monkey can be, let's get a green day. Okay, great. Let's get a couple of green days. Great. And then eventually you'll work up to, now let's hang on to that green. And the next monkey is, okay, let's get this test passed. And then, all right, now let's in the pro account, let's do what needs to be done in order to start to get payouts. Hey, Zach, good to see you. And yesterday, V, I think, now, he's not the first one, but he brought up about kind of the complaint about prop firms and how, oh, well, prop firms are bad because you have to do a profit split. But late day yesterday, I had a nice opportunity, so I got some good trades in my pro account. And this morning took, well, my payout was $1,020, but then the profit share, because they take 20%, it ended up being like $800 some, which might sound bad, but I'm going to do a video on that because it helps illustrate. I think I'm going to name the title, Is Profit Sharing Bad? Because I can understand people, well, if I use my own money, then I don't have to share the profits. Yeah, kind of, sort of. But I think the way that really illustrates this is when you look at things from a return on investment standpoint. So that's what, because pretty much it's if I make a couple assumptions, like there's some blown up accounts, it'd still be over, and that's, again, after the 20% is out, it'd still be over, 100% return on investment. So yeah, I think that's what, maybe I'll get that later on when we get more people here, and I can try to get your thoughts, see if that'd be a worthwhile video to actually do for the YouTube channel. Very low upfront cost with prop, oh yeah. And I just replaced cost with risk, because that's really what the prop firm is giving you. It's a risk management tool. And I think the best way to illustrate the risk management is just when you look at ROIs that can be generated. Well, it's not a matter if it's fair or not. It's just more of the people that make, and I understand the argument. It's a mathematical argument. If I use my own money, then I get to keep 100%. But there's other things that are missing that I think I can maneuver and use, kind of just help people maybe look at things from a different angle. Because I do understand that critique, but mathematically the critique doesn't really hold up, and I think the best way to show that is through the ROI, because the ROIs can be absolutely crazy, and the reason for that is because, to your point, Z, the upfront cost, or aka the upfront investment, aka the upfront risk, is oh so small. I am interested in a pullback to around the 362.50 mark. So right around here would be interested to potentially go long. So I'm looking for a little bit more of a pullback. Maybe this will prove to be a stupid requirement. Maybe I should be getting long right now, but that's the challenge of trading, right? It's easy to look backwards and say what you should have done and when you should have done it. But as of right now, I don't know. Again, anybody buying right here? I can see why you'd be doing so. But if it comes down here, then yeah, you'll probably be saying, should have been more patient, would have gotten a better entry. Okay, Mark is getting short at 390. 395 is the stop. His target is 360. All right, okay. So he needs it to come up a bit more, looking to get short at the top of this range where he's seen a resistance. And that's how we do it around here. Give us a trade plan ahead of time. Give us your 3 numbers, stop, entry, and target, all before the price gets to those levels. And those are the chef's kisses. Okay, so who's drowsy? We need a couple more numbers for you. Well, where's your stop going to be and where's your target going to be? So we got one of the numbers from who's drowsy, but we need 2 more numbers. Where's your stop going to be, and then what is your target? And even if you're wrong, no shame there. No shame, because we're all wrong as traders. That's part of being a trader. Nothing but respect for the bravery to, like I said, throw out your trade plan ahead of time. Yeah, I mean, people that are showing up and like, I got long right there. I mean, maybe you did, but also hopefully you can understand our skepticism that maybe you just showed up and you're just saying that just because it's easy to say that. Now, if you told us when the price was right here that you're going to be getting long down there ahead of time, you mentioned this level. So again, when the price was right here and you said, I'm getting long right there, and then we see this, now that's legit, because nobody can question that because you called it all out ahead of time. So those are the alerts that we like to see here. All right, the chat is eerily quiet. Why is nobody talking? What's going on here? What's going on? Thank you. The throat scorcher, I love it. Long 390, close above 390, stop 365 unless we're going to close. All right, cool. Appreciate it. Who's drowsy? What broker am I using? That's a twofold question. I am layer number 1. I'm using a prop firm. The prop firm I'm using is Take Profit Trader. And then through Take Profit Trader, I'm using Tradeovate. Yeah, I don't know if I'm sure, I don't know. I think she thinks I'm kind of weird for doing this. It is kind of, I don't know. It is weird, but in a cool way, in my opinion. Because, like, for example, tell me where, in the chat, where are you located? Everybody, right now, I'll start off. I can start things off. Iowa, there we go. I'm in Iowa. Where are other people? This will illustrate why this is, the whole live streaming thing is weird, but I think very cool at the same time. Oh, wow, Iowa takes a quick lead. Ooh, Texas makes an appearance. South Dakota. Georgia, Texas. Uh-oh, Texas tied back. Ooh, Texas coming up strong. Canada. Montreal, the 51st state. New Mexico, Tennessee, Connecticut, Michigan, Indiana, Washington, Kansas. This is awesome. Canada, Austria. That's all right. Here we go. That's what I was mainly looking for. I mean, it is cool. Don't get me wrong, to be able to talk about people from across the United States. But like when I'm at work, and where's your work located geographically speaking? DC. But like it's weird, but awesome at the same time. That there's literally, I'm talking to somebody in Austria right now. And then we have so many people from from the United States, 51st state of Canada. Unbelievable. Welcome everybody from the 51st state. All right, I might try a short here on a fake breakout. Depending on the 85 up to, yeah, I will take that. Nope, it's pushing up too much. The higher it pushes, the higher my risk profile has got to get. I don't like that. Vietnam, that's cool. Toronto, Philly. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Live streaming is kind of weird because you are just opening yourself up to strangers and we've had some unique people, but overall, I think it's pretty cool that you can talk to people from around the world. Yeah, right there. Mine is in Morocco. That's cool. I don't know if I've ever talked to anybody from Morocco before, but here we are. Hey, let's get 3 more likes, and we are at the 50 like mark, and we're not even at 30 minutes, so we're doing well on the likes. Whoops. I better go down. This sort of setup already got me once. Maybe it gets me again. I love the setup right now. Is this a fake break? Okay, I got one out at least. Again, yeah, this was not... All right. I will tell you why I'm doing this right now. This was not as good of a trade as what I thought it was. I'll put my stop light there. All right, let's make sure this is a winning trade now. So this will be a winning trade, just a matter of how big a winning trade. But this was not a good trade regardless, and I'll explain why. I lost track of the 5 minute. Okay, let's move it down some more. So this will be a winning trade, just a question of how big a winning trade will it be. But Clay, you said this was not a good trade. It wasn't. Just because it's a winning trade doesn't mean it was actually a good trade. So I'll explain why I should not be in this trade. Okay. What did I short basically right at? So here, this pink line is representing the 200 period moving average. There we go. My entry was basically right above it. Going short right above the 200 period moving average. Again, that doesn't mean it won't work. Clearly, it worked in this situation. But was that actually like a trade where I had an edge in my favor? Not really. Now, if I waited for the price to break down through the 200 period, okay, that's a little different. But in this, kind of upwards grind situation, to be shorting right above that pink line, yeah. Now, if that pink line was not there, that's a much different situation because here on the 2 minute, beautiful, beautiful fake breakout candle. It broke out and then came. Oh wait, please don't tell me. Did it stop Mark out? Nice, Mark. You did not get stopped out. Woo. All right, so Mark is in. I remember his entry was 390. His stop was 395. So he would have survived the fake breakout. I think his target was 360 though. So he's still got a ways to go for it to roll over. But okay, so who's drowsy? Let's just say, for example's sake, that this candle closed right up here at 23,420. Are you saying your entry point would have been 420? That's always what makes me a little leery. I'm not saying people are wrong, but like, well, I want to see it close above the level. It's like, okay. So like, where do you draw the line in terms of? So yeah, my question to you is, if the price, since you want to see that one close above the level, had that candle closed all the way up here, are you telling me that would have been your entry? E for entry? Is that what you're saying? Gotcha. Okay. So anyways, it was a winning trade, but that's an example of how you can have winning trades but actually not take the best trades. So yes, if I'm being completely objective with myself, that could have done better. But this is actually an interesting scenario right here. I like how it seemingly is trying to bottom out here. In. On the long side. Out there for a little scalpy scalp. Now, this is also a situation where there's going to be one of two possibilities. I'm going to look like a genius because this thing comes back down, and I'm going to be sitting here saying, I'm glad I took the scalp. Or this is going to curl back up, and I'm going to be sitting here saying, why did I take the scalp? So hindsight will have me either looking like a genius or a moron. We just need a couple more minutes. But that's how hindsight works. If you can't take looking like an idiot from time to time, trading's not for you, because hindsight will at times make you look really dumb. So yes, the live stream ego voice really does want to see this come down. That way I look smart to have just taken the scalpy scalp as opposed to what I do sometimes where I let the thing work for me. But we'll see what happens. We'll see, is hindsight about to make me look smart or stupid? If it's the stupid route, well, I've been there before. Not my first time, won't be the last. So let me know right now who give me. So the numbers, the way it works in the chat: 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you are SOH, which means you're sitting on hands, not doing anything. So I'm 3 right now. Again, 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're SOH, sitting on hands, aka doing nothing. Really? I'm surprised there are not more longs. Past the 25K test today. Good job, Nas. Congrats. Quick scalpy scalp for Travis. 1, take profit. No, 3. Gotcha. Okay. I thought there'd be way more 1s. Well, as of right now, hindsight has me looking a little silly. The scalpy scalp looks like the poor way to go about it. But for you veterans of the live stream, you know there's been some live streams where I could have literally had like 5 winning trades, 6 winning trades, and instead I have all losing trades because I did not scalpy scalp, and then nothing would just go in my favor. Scalp is just a very quick trade. Like if you saw that trade, Mark, I was in that trade for a whopping, I don't know, like 4 seconds. But also, to be fair, if you ask 10 traders what's a scalp, you could very well get 10 different definitions. Oh, well. So hindsight has judged me as, you chose poorly. Yeah. Granted, it's easy to say that all now, but, and that was just, look at that. Pull back right to the 21 EMA. You had the double whammy. Yeah, what was I doing with my life? I had the double whammy. You had the pink line, you had the green line right there. They were both basically on top of one another. Had the hammer. Well, who's drowsy? I know who's drowsy? Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. But who's drowsy? Here's the thing. Okay, who's drowsy? Now you have to be honest though for this to work out. Let's say after I'd taken my profit, who's drowsy? The price had done that and collapsed. Would you be sitting here saying you had a little bit of an early trigger? Would you be saying we had double bottoms? Would you be saying those things? Who's drowsy? Again, let's just say that the price came down after I scalped out, then the price just collapsed. Would you have made the comment that you had a little bit of an early trigger? Would you have made that comment? Or would you be saying, hey, nice job on the quick profit take? Well, that wasn't answering my question. I'm asking you a hypothetical. But never mind. What time are you using? This right here, we're using the 2-minute, but over here I have other time frames. So on my monitor over here, there are other time frames. All right. Well, if you believe that this is a new range that is forming, something like this, then I would assume range traders are starting to get short. And I'm assuming their stop losses probably somewhere up around here, give or take. Never mind who's drowsy. Never mind. You didn't quite understand the premise of what I was trying to convey. I was trying to convey that I think you have a little bit of hindsight confirmation bias influencing your comments. Because, yeah, I mean, it is easy to say when you should have been quick or slow or this or that when you know what happens. But never mind. It's okay. It's okay. I'm so bad at trading ranges, but this makes total sense. I can see. If you believe that we have entered into a sideways range, then we are now at the top of the range. So under that premise, you would think that it could roll back over here. And hey, Mark, how many on this trade when you got short? How many contracts would you have done? Try to give you a little 4. Okay. So did you take any profits out along the way? Like, did you maybe take, maybe one off right here, take another one off down here, or are you still holding all 4? Well, range traders are feeling pretty good about themselves right now. Okay, all right, good. Well, never got into this. Okay, I'm guessing you mean. Oh, I'm sorry, that was in the 70s. Okay, yeah, all right, cool. So you would have scaled out on the way down. Good, and that was going to be my suggestion. Is don't forget you can always scale out. It's funny how the human mind works, because I was the same way. So I don't blame you if you're a beginner and you think this way. But I'll just use stocks because that is what a lot of people start with. But if somebody, let's just say, buys 100 shares, then they think, okay, when it's time to sell, their mind goes, so I sell 100 shares. Like I said, that's what I used to think. That's what a lot of people think. But you've got to remember, and I know I'm stating the obvious, but like I said, I'm geared towards people that are beginners. But there's somebody at church who, I don't know, 6 months ago was telling me how they bought XRP. And then XRP lately has been doing very well. So they're like, hey, have you seen XRP? I'm like, yeah. So, but then I told her, I was like, well, remember, you can always just sell a little bit. You don't have to sell your entire position. And you could just see it in her eyes. She's like, oh, good point. Yeah, oh yeah, good point. So just remember that. Just because you buy XYZ of something, when it comes time to sell, you don't have to sell XYZ. You could sell 1/4 of what you bought. You could sell half of what you bought. So something that oftentimes gets overlooked for beginners. And like I said, I don't say any of that in judgment. I say that as my brain just operated that same way. So just friendly reminder there. If Now, range traders, myself included, I'm not very good, but I think maybe the buy is at the pink line. If I think this is the range, seems like the pink line might be. I lost too much money not knowing that. Yeah, exactly. It's weird though, because after you hear it, it's like, well, duh. Why did I not think of that? But it's just one of those things that kind of hides in plain sight. Like it seems so obvious once you hear it, but for whatever reason, a lot of people that are new, they just don't make the connection. They think if you buy 100 shares, 100 coins, 100 whatever, that means when it's time to sell, you sell all 100. I think it's because that's how we look at buying and selling, right? If you buy a car and then you sell, well, you sell the entire thing. If you buy a house and then you sell the house, you sell the entire thing. So I would assume maybe that's kind of how our brains get wired that way. Pink line, come on, man, use the proper terminology. Or else I could say, okay, I'm going to buy at the previous session close. Okay, Big Spark, what am I talking about? I want to buy at the previous session close. There you go. I'm using the proper terminology, Big Spark. Buy at the previous session low. Yeah, what am I talking about? Well, yeah, that's the point, Carl. No matter what you're buying, that could be anything. That could be Forex, could be stocks, could be options, could be crypto. Because you're buying either multiple shares, you're buying multiple coins, you're buying multiple contracts. But you can, again, scale out. Hey, Big Spark, where'd you go? Buy at the previous session low. What am I talking about? Hey man, I'm new to futures. Do they follow the same pattern such as both? Yeah, that's a great thing about charts. And that's why I say a lot of times people are like, man, futures are awesome. I see the power of Pam's plant. That's fantastic. But oh man, where do I learn about futures? I don't know if I have time to learn about futures. And it's just like, well, do you use charts already? And they're like, well, yeah. Then I'm like, all right, then you're 97% of the way there to understanding futures and trading futures. So yes, to answer your question, they absolutely. Bull flags exist in stocks. Bull flags exist in options. Bull flags exist in futures. So yeah, if you are already using charts, then you are literally 97% of the way to understanding futures and trading futures. Well, so do you see, Big Spark, why I'm not using proper terminology? Because that way if I use the right term, then nobody knows what I'm talking about. But if I say the pink line, but I am operating under the premise that people went through kindergarten and learned pink. But if I say pink line, everybody knows what I'm talking about. I'm from India, good knowledge of charts, but don't know much about Forex. Please guide me. No, well, Forex is garbage. If you like watching paint dry, go day trade Forex. And as a day trader, I don't think we want things that are like paint drying. All right, we're at the pink line here. Sorry, not using the proper terminology, but I'm looking to buy here at the pink line. In there at the pink line. Went green for a moment. How did I only get up? There we go. Out there for another scalpy scalp at the pink line. Look at that pink line. The pink line strikes again. Hi, bro. Love from India. Just saw a 10 years back video of yours about trade what you see, not what you think. Yep, that's it. Trade what you see. And right there I saw the pink line, so I took it. I think we sell off. Okay, well, how are you going to make money from that? Poetic sounds. Let's hear your entry, your stop loss, and your target. So that's fine. You think we're going to sell off. Fantastic. But that would still be considered a broad statement. Now it's time to narrow down that broad statement into an actionable plan. So how do you plan on taking your thought that we're going to sell off and make money from it? So again, give us your entry point, give us your target, and give us your stop loss. That's true. That's just universal knowledge that the pink line is a 200 SMA. That exactly. Who doesn't know that? Like, that's just what it is. Like, I could not change the color if I wanted to because the 200 SMA by definition is pink. Like, if you look up 200 period simple moving average in the dictionary, it'll say a pink line. That's all it says. Took the same scalpy scalp. Good job, Kevin. Well, then definitionally speaking, it's not the 200 SMA, Jay. It's something else. It's not the true one though. Like I said, look it up in Oxford, Webster, your dictionary of choice, 200 SMA. It'll just say pink line. That's all it says, pink line. And I'm selling down too low of that. And where's your stop loss at? Poetic Sounds, next time, it sounds like you crushed it, but next time, Poetic Sounds, around here, we always appreciate it more if you show up and give us a trade plan ahead of it, before the price does anything. But yeah, congrats on this trade, but the next one, just let us know your entry point, your stop loss, and your target, and give us those 3 numbers all before the price happens. But yeah, congrats on this trade. Sounds like you're doing well with it. How to draw that, just add it as a moving average. It's the moving average, so just add the moving average. Which, if you want to set up the platform like I have it here, so the answer to that question is somewhere in here, Wasil. Again, I'm not saying the way I have all this set up is the right way. I'm just saying that if you're curious how I set it up and kind of how this platform works, that video will help you in that regard. It depends. I prefer both, but it just kind of depends. Because, you know, as you know, Jeff, the green line is a 21 SMA. Now, what's tricky here for me is if I get long here and I put a stop down below the low of this candle, now I'm right up above VWAP. That doesn't quite work. I don't want to have a stop above VWAP. So if I move it down below VWAP, now all of a sudden my stop is right above the 50-period moving average. Well, I don't want to have a stop right above the 50-period moving average. And if I move it down there, well, now I have this big old risk profile. I don't want that either. So kind of a messy situation in that regard. But if it wants to come down here and act like it wants to be strong at VWAP, well, then that's a much better situation because I could just put my stop right below the purple line there, have a much better risk profile. So that is more ideal. Hey, we're doing well with likes, but let's make a run up real quick. Let's get this to at least 75. So let's get 6 more likes here. If you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. If you're new here, the like button is not a vanity metric. It's just a data metric for me to gauge, are people interested? Have I brought my A game? Are people finding value? Are people finding entertainment? And if they're not, that's okay. That's on me. I'm not blaming anybody here. I blame myself. But the way to communicate, if you're enjoying, is to hit that like button. And as long as the like button continues to creep up, then we'll keep the live stream going. And why did you take the trade when it is above the... I mean, Wasil, I can't really... There's a lot of moving components to that. I mean, I took it because I thought it would go back up. I realize that doesn't answer your question, though. But that's kind of beyond the scope of this. Because there are several moving parts. None of these parts individually are complicated, but there are still nonetheless several moving parts. Like I said, this is just sloppy. I guess I could just try a scalp here again. But I don't know where to put my stop. Like I said, it just stop right there. I'm above VWAP, so let's get below VWAP. Okay, now I'm above the 50-period moving average. If I move it below the 50, okay, that's fine. Except now my stop is, over 10 points. So every trade will work or not. Well, Wasil, come on, my friend, come on. I think you can answer that. Think about it. Surely you've heard me say before that there are no guarantees. So take that statement and extrapolate it to your question. So every trade will work or not. Again, a statement I say around here quite a bit, I think. There are no guarantees. All right, maybe a trade here is coming up now. Let's see how it wants to behave down around this 60 area. I could be interested. I could be persuaded to take a long. I got to check the news again. The only foreseeable way that we can win every trade is you have to know. Exactly, yes. And as far as I'm aware, nobody knows the future. ABK is in. Waiting for price to bounce off VWAP. All right, Pro Trader Challenger. I see you there. I'm probably with you. No, all right, good. I'm glad you understand. Yep. I mean, is it shocking when trades are around the pink line workout? I hope nobody's shocked by that, but like to say that everyone's going to work, nope, because that would imply there's a guarantee, and there are no guarantees in the market. Yeah, it's just all these lines here are going long here. You know, I would just have to accept the fact my stop loss is in an illogical spot, but you know, I don't need to be taking those trades. I'm green, so I don't need to just force a trade. Clay, please put some light on taking positions for newcomers. When to buy? All right, Omar. Well, that is well. I mean, that is a. I'm offering this class this evening. Not that that's per se what I'll talk, but I think this will help you out. I think it'll be a good thing to build from. So check out the class, Omar. Everybody else is invited to. That'll be tonight. I just linked Omar to it. That is true. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, that's right. Mark's stop was at 95 and it went up as high as 9. Oh, man. That happens. It happens. R.I.P. Hulk. Awesome. Great, Frosty. I'll see you tonight then. Skep 3. I must be missing the reference. R.I.P. Hulk. Are you saying Lou Ferrigno died? Is that what you mean by that, or am I just completely? Or is Lou Ferrigno already dead? I don't know. I'm not sure I understand the R.I.P. Hulk comment. All right, Wasil, please just attend the class. Did you see the class? All right, I'm just going to do it for Wasil. I think you'd probably benefit from this too, Wasil. So there you go. Lou is still alive? All right, then I definitely do not understand the R.I.P. Hulk comment. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. $5-minute does look pretty interesting for the long side. I mean, you got each one of these lower shadows does represent that there were sellers that showed up, but the buyers pushed it back up. Sellers showed back up, but then the buyers pushed it back up. Hey, Ellen, good morning. But for the reasons discussed, it's kind of a sloppy short for me from a trade plan build perspective. Hey, Skept 3K, RIP Hawk. What is that talking about? I'm also disappointed that the one guy disappeared. Who told me to talk more professionally or whatever. Who was that? I don't remember. Where did he go? Oh, Big Spark. Where'd Big Spark go? Big Spark, are you here? Hello? He did not like me saying pink line. Do you primarily take trades off of key levels? As opposed to what? Like, what would be the alternative to that, JJ? I'm not trying to be a wise guy with you, but I'm like asking and curious. As opposed to what? Because if I take the counterfactual of that, it seems to say, do you primarily take trades off of not key levels or not key indicators? To me, that seems like random trading. But maybe I'm misunderstanding. But yeah, as opposed to what would be my question of curiosity back to you. Good, Wasil. Well, I'll see you tonight then. Meaning, let's say there's an upward or downwards trend away from the indicators. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. But yeah, I do like my candlesticks. I like my trend lines. I like my moving averages. Okay, now I could take a. I don't know. It's just getting. See, on the 2 minute, the 200 period is a key support. But if we go to the 5 minute right here, the 200 period right now is actually the key resistance that you can see it's knocking its head on. Well, it did push through it on the 5 minute. Nice little push up through there. Well, congrats to anybody that did, get long anywhere down around the pink line. I did not for the reasons given that I don't really, to be quite frank, feel like giving again. And we'll see kind of what it wants to do here. I guess in all actuality, I was talking about this earlier. I mean, have we entered into some sort of range, give or take, that looks like this? Like, is this kind of the new range we're going to chop in here for the next hour? I don't know. But that's just another way of saying I can see if people are saying, well, I'm getting short up around here, give or take. I see what you're saying. My assumption would be you're some sort of range trader, and you think that is going to be the top of the range. Hey, Wasil, please, just attend the class tonight. Please. Please, Wasil. All your questions will be answered. I promise. If you attend tonight, you'll have questions answered. You'll feel great. You'll learn some things. I'm not sure this is the right trend line to draw. I'm drawing it more so out of curiosity. So I'm not saying I'm putting a whole lot of faith in it, but more so a curiosity trend line at this point. See if the price can break up through there and then maybe get some more momentum. And now back down it kind of sort is going. Reminds me, I do need to check the news. Are we done with the news, or is there more coming? Let's see. 10. Something at... Ooh, there's a bond auction today, huh? Okay, that's at 1. Okay, so just one more thing coming at 1, news-wise. So, well, then again, I guess Trump could have a press conference at any time, or just... And, of course, there's always a threat of the Trump tweet. But as far as scheduled news... We're at the trend line. Looks like the new... Oh, Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan died? What? That Hulk. I was thinking a comic book Hulk. Can we get some confirmation? Again, I don't take... We've had too much fake news around here, so no offense, Johnny P. But can we get 2 more people to confirm Hulk Hogan is the Hulk that was being referred to? Hulk Hogan died? Okay, Z says yes. Can we get 1 more person? Can we get confirmation? Wow, all right. Cardiac arrest. Age of 71. All right. 9 minutes ago. Oh, well. As a child of the 80s and 90s, I remember good old Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Ultimate Warrior, Jake the Snake. Yeah, this week's been a bit rough in Hollywood. I guess just in entertainment. Green line is a 21 EMA. Pink line is a 200 SMA. Dotted yellow is the VWAP. Purple is the 50 SMA. What, Roland, what does that have to do with anything? What? Are you one of those guys? What does that have to do with anything? Explain that, Roland. Explain how that is relevant at all to anything that we're talking about right now. We said somebody died. Trump supporter. How is that? Come on, don't give Europeans a bad name here, Roland. You're the guy from Austria. Yeah, how? So what does that have to do with anything? I'd be asking the same thing if you said Hulk was known as a Biden supporter or a Harris. How is that relevant? Goodness, somebody dies. Hey, let's bring politics into it. What are you doing? Explain that connection, how you felt the need to bring politics into this. Explain the thought process in your mind. I'm curious. No, I'm asking you a question. It's not relevant. We're just shooting the breeze right now. But I'm curious how politics, you felt the need to bring in politics, Roland. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, okay. Roland's got to go to timeout. If he's going to be that dense, we got to put him in timeout for a while. 30 minutes. All right. See you later, Roland, for 30 minutes. Goodness. Here's just a life tip. If you have to turn any conversation and every conversation and bring politics into it somehow, you're kind of be like one of those people that's like, well, people aren't going to want to talk with you, okay? Because you're going to be the person that you could go ask them like, hey, do you have a recipe for your famous chili? And then they're going to bring politics into it somehow. It's like nobody wants, there's a time and place for that stuff. Don't get me wrong, but be able to talk about other stuff without needing to bring politics into it. I think that's some good life advice. And yeah, that tread line did ultimately turn out to be a good one. We'll see though. See, now that that actually made sense within the context now. But beforehand, just yeah. All right. Well, I am potentially interested in maybe a back test and go, where it comes down and then goes. We'll see. I don't know if that's going to happen, obviously, but maybe. Yes, tariffs on, yeah, Chile, exactly. Let's see. All right, we are lagging on likes today. Past, I think every single day this week we have been up to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. We are at an hour 5 minutes at 86 likes. So I don't know. This live stream is I don't think I brought my A game here. I don't know. Maybe we keep this one short and sweet. Keep it at, I don't know, 90 minutes or so. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on the likes, but I have not brought my A game apparently. I'm fairly new at trading. I see you have an offer. Yes, that is known as a prop firm, Carl. I am trading in a prop firm. If you go to that link, it'll be all explained about how prop firms work and the benefits and all that good stuff. Short 397. All right, so Zach needs it to come up a little bit more so we can get filled. Going with the short. Shorting makes me a little nervous here. Okay, getting a pullback. Oh, yeah. Well, Zach, your trade plan was a little late. Come on, Zach. Okay, going to go long right there at that green line if it wants to come down. Looking for a back test of the breakout, and then we'll see if it wants to keep on moving. So we're looking to get long at the green line there. Maybe I'm being silly to think that it can go all the way. To be fair to Zach, though, I'm just giving him a hard time because his target is also 351, so he's still got a long ways to go. I mean, maybe in some situations, perhaps. Tariffs on chili only if it contains beans. Yes, foreign beans, that is. Now that I think about how are beans grown, like what are beans? What, like chili beans? Where do those come from? Obviously, they come from a plant, but like what plant? I guess you never. Aran, are you really asking that dead serious question? Because I recognize your name. You've been here almost since the beginning. Like, are you just now finally coming to that conclusion? Like, have you just discovered that? I'm so confused right now. Thoughts on moving averages on trading? I mean, I use them. The beanstalk. That's true. Can these beanstalks, can they be grown in the United States or where? Again, trying to get long here, seeing if it wants to drop to that green line. I use both simple moving averages and EMAs. Well, then you are a good guesser, Aran. If you only come in once a week and you've never seen any MES charts, and then you're guessing, you must not trade MES. You are a good guesser. Correct. Oh, it's a beanstalk. I thought you were just like joking around about Jack and the Beanstalk, but you're being serious. Let's see it come down a little bit more. A little bit more. Kind of liking this little bit of a bull flag that's forming. I don't know if that's drawn totally well, but I think it gets the point across. Yeah, but like what plant? Like, I guess I know where green or soybeans come from. Come on down there. Trying to be patient. Trying to be patient and let the price come to me. Don't want to. Once again, that green line there with the 5, that's representing me trying to buy at that level. Interesting. Interesting. Who knew that I'd be learning about beans? What prop firm is this? This I use Take Profit Trader. The link's right at the top of the screen there. Okay, we're getting close. I actually do need to move this down a little bit more, because I'm trying to buy at the break, or I'm sorry, at that trend line. So I got to move down my order a little bit here. So I'm trying to buy the retest. I trade a variety of them, Alex. I have both pros, and I'm always trying to pass test. I call it the Racehorse model, ALX. I do the Racehorse model. All right, we're getting close. What instruments? I trade NQ and MNQ. Okay, I am... Oh! No! Film me. Alright, at this point I'm going down. I'm going to aim for the fill there. I don't like how it was hesitating so long right above me, so I'm going to adjust my entry point down. I think I can... There we go. Come on. Come on, right there. I need to set up my account tonight and keep on learning the process more and more. Yep, there you go, Everton. Did you sign up with an account yet? Did you get one? And I'm trying to get long there at that green line. Here we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, I got to reassess. That came down a little bit more. I did not like the glitch. That wasn't a glitch, but let's let this thing calm down a little bit here. And you can see down here, this is all occurring now with higher volume. So like I said, let's let this calm down a little bit. See if this VWAP wants to hold. MES just misbehaved. JM, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have zero idea. I probably have heard of those things talked in like other terms, but like those just seems like terms that are used so people can sound smart. Unless you're like making that up. In this account, this is my MNQ trades. That's my NQ trades for the day. In this account, NQ and MNQ. So same account, within this account, those are the two things that I've traded today. Those are the results. That's what you're looking at here. Yes, JJ, thank you. We are aware. We had to talk about Hulk Hogan a little bit while earlier. Interesting, Fairchild. All right, Versace giving us a trade plan. I may be trying to hop in long here because I can get myself a tight little stop now. Like I said, I want to see a couple more candles, see if this thing is indeed trying to level out here. Are you still trading stocks and options? No. Day trading stocks and options are garbage. If you want to be efficient, if you want to trade the best thing to day trade, again, in the category of day trading, day trading options is absolutely terrible. Easily provable, mathematically speaking. But even stocks, both of those are garbage. Again, in the category of day trading. And this comes from someone that used to day trade stocks and options for years upon years upon years. So when I say garbage, they're definitely garbage compared to Pam's plant. Wow, professional trader right here. Why is that? Because for many reasons, many reasons. So here's Pam's plant, which basically is explaining why day trading futures through a prop firm is the best way to go about it. So there's the quick little rundown on why I make that argument. But the main thing against stocks is right here. Futures just move so much better than stocks. The main thing for day trading options, there's no theta on options. And then when you factor in prop firms, and the added risk control and how you protect your own money, that is huge. Not to mention the whole copy trade aspect is pretty crazy too. So there's just, and that's just a couple of them. But yeah, there are many other reasons, but that is why day trading stocks and options, not a fan. All right, I got to get ready here. It might be, let's see if it comes down. I'm going to buy at that green line. My stop will be down here. Unless the price comes down below this cursor, then that's going to make my risk profile up. There it is. Risk profile a bit much. Yep. All right, never mind for now on that one. My risk profile is getting too large because it's dropped down too much. On ESU futures. Oh, the ES? Yeah, ES is fine. Yeah, ES is good. I don't trade ES or MES, but I don't have anything against it. I've done some copy trading, but no, I don't copy trade right now too much. I'll eventually get there, but I'm in no rush. I'm in no rush with my current model. My current model has proven to work for me. It took a bit to get off the ground, but it's working. My model being the Racehorse model. I always want to have pro accounts, but then I want to always be working on passing accounts. So if I look at my pro accounts as racehorses, then I want to always be training new horses. And what I mean by training a new horse and converting it into a racehorse is passing a test. So once you pass the test and it becomes a quote-unquote pro account, in my analogy, it becomes a racehorse. You don't have to activate it right away, but you can store it in the stable. So I want a stable filled with racehorses, and the nice thing with Take Profit Trader is that they don't charge you any money to store accounts. Other prop firms, they do charge you monthly fees every account you have, that is attached to you, but not so with Take Profit Trader. As soon as you pass the test, you do not need to activate it to a pro account right away. You can just let it sit there. So that is my stable of racehorses. So I always want to have at least one active racehorse, but then always be in the process of training new horses into racehorses so I can put them in the stable. All right, I'm just going to say it right now. If we cannot get this thing up to 100 likes in the next, 3 minutes, I'm calling it good. Because I got to be honest, chat. Usually I'll say, man, chat, this is great. We are doing well. This has been a train wreck. I have not brought my A game. The fact that we are not even at 100 likes yet, I don't have it today. So in the next if by the hour and 20 minute mark we're not at 100 likes, then I'm gonna call it good. Because I'm not blaming the chat. I'm just blaming myself because apparently I just don't have it today. Holy smokes, this is rough. This is rough, Clay. I don't know what's going on, but all right. There we go. Okay, so there's a lot of likes out there that people just weren't. Again, the like button is, please, it's not a vanity metric. It is my data metric of, are people actually enjoying? Are they entertained? Because if the like button just stalls out like it's been, I just assume, okay, I guess people really aren't finding that much value here. So if you are enjoying, you got to hit the like button. All right, well, range, if you thought there was a range, no longer a range. Hopefully anybody that was going long down around here has a stop, because this thing's looking pretty sketchy. I am interested in now taking a short up around here. Stop right there. So there we go. Gonna look to get short at that red line. Stop is the green line. Market doesn't like the Hawkster pass. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Hulk Hogan. The market is bearish on Hulk Hogan. Again, looking to get short at the red. In fact, let me move that up a tad bit more. There we go. Short at the red line. Stop losses at the green line. Trying to play the trend right now. There does seem to be, at least in the very near term, this little trend. So we'll see if this trend is going to, do something like that. So obviously I want it to come up a little bit more and then roll back over. So that'll be the question mark in my mind. If it does go back up there, will it want to eventually roll back over? No guarantees. That's why I got to have a stop loss out there. But that's my current thought process. It's come down. Is it going to bounce back up and then eventually roll back over? I could certainly be wrong in that, hence the need for a stop loss. New mouse is working nicely, Desert Rider. Yeah, new mouse is working. I actually had it with me all along. I did buy one, but it was a very loud clicker. So I'm sending that back to Amazon. But I did have to, and I knew I always had this other mouse, but it was one of those things where it's like, well, I don't know where it's at. But I did go on a rescue mission. I was crawling around all these boxes, and it was kind of crazy, but I found it. So let's see. Now maybe this is gonna look. Maybe this hindsight proves this to be a dumb plan. Because if this thing just comes on down, I'm gonna be sitting here saying, "Doggone it! Why did I say I only want to get filled right there?" But that's hindsight. Hindsight, as a judge, can be very ego building. It can also be very ego crushing. Because sometimes hindsight will make you look like an absolute genius. Other times, not so much. Feed is fuzzy. Looks like 372. What do you mean the feed is the feed fuzzy for other people? It says I have excellent connection. How does the feed look for others? Like I said, mine's my behind the scenes over on YouTube says I have an excellent connection, so I don't. Hopefully it's not fuzzy. Okay, here. I don't know. Is this a short right here at VWAP? Maybe I'm being too stingy, wanting to get filled up. Feed looks fine, looks fine. Okay, here. It's good. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's fuzzy for you, Michael. Maybe a refresh? Not sure. There we go. 126 likes. Okay, so there were just a ton of likes sitting out there that did not get hit. So I'm glad. There. Now we are back on pace. Almost back on pace. Okay, good. Good. Might be me in warehouse. Okay, yeah, that's a bit of context that might have been helpful. Your face cam is a little fuzzy. Okay, well. Nvidia is possibly showing a bull flag and a 173 top. Johnny P, please don't tell me you're day trading Nvidia. Or worse yet, please don't tell me you're day trading options on Nvidia, please. Please don't tell me you're doing that. There's a better way, brother. There's a way more efficient way to day trade. Way more efficient. Oh, boy. I can't do it. I so want to get short right now, but that's not the plan. The plan is up around here so I can keep my risk profile nice and tight. All right, good, Johnny P. Good, good. I'm glad that's not the case. In old hindsight, 372 looking high maintenance. We'll see. We'll see, Zach. Although, I don't know. I'm a little worried because on the 5-minute, if I get filled, that means that we're going to be looking at a hammer candle here. And that has me a little worried. I'm not sure I want to be getting filled as a hammer candle is forming on the 5-minute on the short side. Yeah, so on that note, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that out. If it comes up here, I'm going to then look for weakness and try to catch it as it comes back down. But just in case this all of a sudden just boops up because it's a hammer candle, I want to be careful of that. So I'm going to still wait for the price to get up there, but then I'm going to wait to see if there's some sort of weakness that forms first. Because again, if I get filled, then I'm going to be looking at a big old hammer candle here, which is forming right now, right? It's bouncing up, hence forming the hammer candle here on the 5-minute. And I'm not really looking to short on the formation of a hammer candle. All right. Once again, right at VWAP, maybe that's the short, but I'm not doing it. I'm not, because look at this. Look at the 5-minute right now. That's a good old hammer candle right there. Now it's not, no guarantees it stays a hammer candle, but that's why I'm not quite feeling comfortable with getting short right there. Not looking to really short on the formation of a hammer. But we'll try to see. But if you're saying, Clay, man, look at this bear flag, bear pennant, whatever you want to call it. I see it. I see it. You're not wrong. In fact, as I draw that out, oh boy, it's whispering in my ear. I'll just do one to ease my conscience. There we go. I'm short. I kind of, not necessarily a trade plan, but I'm compensating for this by just doing one MNQ. All right, there's the breakdown. Are we going to get any push down through? Looks like support at these levels. Well, supports are made to be broken, brother. Again, I kind of FOMO'd into this, but I'm doing it wisely. 3 layers to the wise FOMO. Layer number 1, this isn't a prop account. Layer number 2, it is an MNQ contract. And layer number 3, it is one MNQ contract. Showing higher lows on the 10-minute. We'll see, because I'm seeing a bear pennant here on the 2-minute. There we go. Now, I could be out for a scalp here, no problem. But I only have one, so I'm trying to get as much out of this as possible. But yes, from a scalp standpoint, this thing has moved almost about 7 points now. And I did not take it because, again, it is only one. Was going opposite, stopped. Well, good job being disciplined, Jocko. Exactly. Push. Go lower. Push. 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 All right. I'm out there. This is too much hesitation. My spidey senses are saying something's not right, but maybe it was just bad Mexican food I had last night. But my spidey senses were saying you gave it a lot of time and it's just not quite letting go. And right now I feel pretty good about those instincts as we go green here. Again, to be fair, maybe my spidey senses are off because of the bad Taco Bell, but right now the gut was saying, get out, boy. Get out, boy. So I got out. How much is commission per trade? Irrelevant. I mean, it's relevant, but like, so for the NQ, $2.50 to buy, $2.50 to sell. So basically $5 per contract. Again, $2.50 to buy, $2.50 to sell per contract. And then for the micros, 50 cents total. So 25 cents to buy, 25 cents to sell per contract. So very, very, very minimal. Hey, relax, Ardu. All right, good. The spidey senses were spot on. Gave it a chance. It did break down a little bit, but like I said, was just hesitating way too much. So I said, all right, I'm out of here. And I am still potentially interested in a short, though. This is more so getting closer to my original trade plan. But look at this VWAP. Is this thing going to smack it back down again? Again, dotted yellow line is VWAP. And just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Already 5 times. Working on the 6th time in a row of just smacking the price right back down. AIRE. Jacob, I will tell you to, hopefully you don't have any money in it. You have a lot more learning to do, Jacob. I can tell you are very, very new, which is fine. We all start off as new. But that question tells me all I need to know about your journey. And you have a lot more learning to do. That is a very dangerous question you just proposed. What app do you use to trade? 2 layers. The app, or the first layer, is I'm using a prop firm. So if you go to the link at the top of the screen, step 1 would be to select the purchasing power that you want. Make sure you use code CLAY so you get the 40% off. And then after that, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. The one I'm using is Tradeovate. The key thing here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create a new account. The prop firm does all that for you. Then they email you your login information, and then you can get logged in. So 2 layers to that question. Layer number 1, I'm trading in a prop firm. That prop firm being Take Profit Trader. Again, the link at the top of the screen. And then within Take Profit Trader, I am using Tradeovate as the platform, or in your words, as the app. And I'm interested in potentially getting short up around this area here. How much do you need to make as a trader to quit your full-time job? Well, that is literally impossible for anybody to answer because I don't know your standard of living. I don't know what your goal for standard of living is. I don't know what it costs to get to that standard of living because your standard of living is going to be different. You know, if you're in New York City compared to if you're in Mobile, Alabama, I mean, cost of living is different. So I have no idea. I don't know. There's too many other variables that go into that. But yeah, what kind of standard of living do you want? How much is it going to cost to get to that standard of living? That will get you on the pathway to answering that question. What? That prop firm. This is Take Profit Trader, and you can make, once you get to the pro account, you can request payouts every single day and any amount you want, Johnny P. So that is kind of Take Profit Traders' kind of edge, the way they like to, you know, kind of separate themselves from their competition is once you get to the pro accounts, you can do daily withdrawals, and you can do the withdrawal in any amount you want every single day. So there's none of this stuff where, okay, you can't withdraw anything for another 8 days, nothing like that. You can withdraw every single day. That is why I say, even if you're intermediate or advanced prop firm trader and you've never tried Take Profit Trader, you should definitely give them a try. Your mind will be blown once you get into the pro accounts because, like I said, daily payouts in any amount you want. Clay, did you ever trade Forex? No, I don't. I prefer not to watch paint dry. Day trading Forex, you might as just go watch paint drying. Do you do one-on-one trading sessions? I mean, kind of, sort of, but you'd have to be part of my mentorship for that. So, for all practical purposes, no, not here. I do, but yes, I do as a part of the mentorship, but not anything like public or anything like that. I know you day trade, but do you ever hold long positions? I do, yeah. I invest. I have a whole portfolio of investments. Come on, have you ever day traded futures? Let me ask you that. Have you ever day traded futures? If you have day traded futures, then there's no way you're like, no, come on, Forex isn't that bad. It's bad. Now, I'll be fair. If there's like a worldwide event and worldwide drama and all of a sudden currencies start going all over the place, yes, Forex can be volatile. But like that stuff doesn't happen very often. But every single day, there's great movement in futures. And then if you bring in the copy trading aspect, things just get that much more flexible. Can you make a video based off your portfolio? Maybe. Entering shorts. I'm watching right now. Are you? I am not short yet, but I'm watching closely. I have zero thoughts on Tesla. Zero thoughts. I used to day trade Tesla almost every day, but not anymore. Futures blow Tesla out of the water. Well, I have lots of long positions, Jacob. I have a lot of long positions. So my long positions are, I think they'll be around 20, 30 years from now. So I'll worry about it more then. But as of now, I'm only 41. 20 years from now, I'm only 61. So day trading equity seems crazy. I mean, it's not crazy, but I would say it's inefficient because that's my argument. Is day trading anything other than futures through a prop firm is very inefficient. Interesting. Well, I mean, it's my investment portfolio. Like investments, by definition, to me are like years and years that you care. Like So I was in college when I got into the markets, so I guess 22-ish. I'm now 41. All right, I'm short. Looking for this thing to come down now. Green line is my first target price. That green line is my next. And I took one off just because I'm not liking it. And as soon as it started to come back up, has me a little worried, but I still have 4. So this could still very well be a losing trade, but I wanted to at least take one small little thing out, reduce my position size. I'm going to do that again here. There we go. Yeah, let's do this too. All right, there we go. So I am down to 2, so we'll let 2 work for me here. Whoa. Oh. Come on, hit me there. Hit me there at least on that one. Doggone it. Well, I'm glad I still have 2. Be positive, Clay. I'm glad I still have 2. Okay, so let's put there. All right. Oh, well, again, at least I hung on to 2. Okay, so I'll put my stop there. So this will be a green trade. That's why always acknowledge that you could be wrong, because I was definitely wrong on that one to not have confidence. But the thing I did do right was at least I still hung in with two contracts. So I did something wrong, but I also did something right. My wrong was I should have been more confident. I should not have reduced position size. But at least I acknowledge, Clay, you could be wrong in not having confidence. So let's hang on to 2 contracts. Let's move my stop loss there now. But yeah, this one still does sting because I should have more contracts than what I do right now. But again, trying to be positive, trying not to beat myself up too bad. At least I hung on to 2 contracts, because had I just taken out all 5, oh boy, that would not have been good. So I'm in the sweet spot of trading right now. Right now, it's not a question of if I make money, but how much money am I going to make? Because I have no idea how far down this wants to go, which is the great spot in trading to be. It's a very stress-free spot. The only stress I have right now is how much money am I going to make? Not if I make money, but how much money am I going to make? And this is what trading is all about. All right, let's move this down some more, because I don't know how far down this wants to bleed. So what a great feeling to have, not knowing how much money you're going to make. So if you've never been in the sweet spot of trading as a trader, I encourage you. Get yourself in the sweet spot. I'm telling you right now, this is the best stress ever to have. Just stressing out about how much money am I going to make, because I have no idea. I don't know the future. I don't know if this thing's going to collapse down that much further. So green line is my stop. Blue line was my entry. So you can see here, I am well below my entry. And again, not to pat myself on the back, but to pat charts on the back. You heard me, assuming you've been on the live stream for the past, 15 minutes. You heard me talk all about this as a short. I wanted to see the price kind of get up into this area first. That's what happened, and then here we are. So our chart's perfect. No, that's not my claim, but are they something worth considering? Yeah, I think absolutely. All right, maybe going to get stopped out here. Close. Green line is my stop. Come on, drop. No, other way. And stopped out there. All right. So a good trade, a little bit disappointing, but man, I would have been so much more disappointed had I not at least kept two contracts in that trade. So again, if you're starting to lose confidence, go ahead, lighten up the load, reduce position size, but you got to be honest and say, I could be wrong right now. Maybe I should not be losing confidence. Therefore, keep a couple in. Keep a couple at play. Hey, see you later, pro trader. Does that make sense on what I'm getting at? Give me a 5. Does that make sense about how I lost confidence, therefore I reduced position size, but I did at least still hang on to a couple. So therefore, I was able to still participate in that move, even though to a lesser extent, which was kind of a buzzkill. But at least by acknowledging I could be wrong to have lost confidence, to at least still... All right, good. I'm glad it made sense to 1, 2, 3, 4, to 5 of you. That's great. So everybody else has no idea what I'm talking about. That's the greatest vote of confidence for somebody trying to... But there we go. Nice little trade. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's get this up to 150 likes. Come on. 8 likes away. Let's go. Let's keep the journey up towards 200 likes moving. If you're enjoying, I don't know if you made some money. Actually, did anybody take that trade? Did anybody take that trade short? Was anybody with me on that? Again, a beautiful, beautiful risk versus reward scenario. Let's go. Wow, no likes at all. I said we need 8 more, hit the like button, and it just stayed at 142. Alrighty then. No waiting for the long. Okay. Where are you waiting for the long at, Mike? Where's the long at? Where's the long at, Mike? I tried to take the short at 72, missed by a tick. Oh, no. Not like this, TJP. Not like 272. Oh, my good. Oh, so close. Oh, that's brutal. Maybe go for a walk, TJP. I have a sneaky suspicion that you might be on tilt watch right now. It seems like you might be on threat of going on tilt. So maybe consider, brother, going for a walk. Stepping away. That's either I don't understand your comment, JM, or that's a very funny, ironic comment. When it comes to day trading, I always ask, what would Buffett do? I think that's a joke, which is funny. Well played. I think. But I've also learned on the live stream, sometimes things I think are jokes, the people are like dead serious. And it's like, oh boy. I'm already up on the day. Cool. Congrats. Always good when you're up on the day. What is your okay? Well played, exactly. When it comes to trading, I always ask, what would if for the new people here, Warren Buffett is definitely not a day trader. Hence the clever irony of that comment. Yeah, and Apex denied my payout, said I was hedging, then took. Oh man. So you're all right, yeah, maybe TJP, maybe just go for a walk, brother. You are having a rough day for sure. We've all been there. And for me, when I'm having rough days like you're describing, sometimes the smartest thing to do is definitely just get away. Go for a walk. So the question becomes really, if the price does come back up into this range again, is this another short? And I very well could find myself taking that short if it gets up there around, because I can have such a well-defined stop. But step one in that scenario is the price has got to get back up there. Maybe some people are looking at this and saying, well, I see the little bear pennant right there. They're looking to play a breakdown to the downside. I'm not going to join you on that, but I see the logic. I would not accuse you of doing something irrationally. I see the logic, and for me, that's what it's all about. Is there at least some rationale, some logic? If the logic of your trade plan is YOLO, brother, that's probably not, I'm going to have to disagree that you're actually a trader. Degenerate gambler, yes. Trader, no. But yeah, if you're saying that you're trying to play this little bull or bear pennant here, get no guarantees that it works, but I see what you're looking at. I see the bear pennant. I can see why you might be thinking of trying to play a breakout. Again, doesn't mean it'll work. That's why stop losses matter, but I see it. We're in middle of the range. I use IB. Interactive brokers. I hope you don't mean you're using interactive brokers for futures trading. You're a crazy person if you're using your own funds trading futures, especially in the Trump tweet environment. Oh, initial balance. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what those terms mean. Way too fancy for me. I'm too stupid to know all those fancy terms. There are definitely some very cool sounding things out there that I mean, I know what they are once people describe them. I just call them like very simpleton things. But like maybe I should start calling them and using that terminology because it does sound really smart. It sounds super legit. I might have to. This bear pennant is starting to, in fact, so much so, I'm going to at least get the line in there. This bear pennant is starting to whisper in my ear. Woohoo! I don't know, though. The risk profile is a little bit more sketchy than if you're waiting up here. I don't know. I'm curious now. Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're SOH. SOH meaning sitting on hands. Sit on hands and doing nothing. So 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're SOH. Where are you at? Oh, participate. Obviously, right now I'm 3. Oh, wow. Okay. Johnny's long. Karen's 2. Everybody. Oh, Jeff's. All right. We do have some shorts in here. Okay. Yeah, personally being long here would make me a little nervous, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. Maybe you're looking at something else. Oh boy. Ah, see, sometimes I don't like to draw tread lines because then it's like, but that's a good tread line. Hey, come on, let's get 2 more likes. Let's get the monkey off her back. Let's get this up over 150 likes. Have I ever tried trading? Yes. No. Nope. I like the NQ. I like the MNQ. First day trading on funded. Yeah. Like I said, you got to treat your pro accounts like gold, but don't overthink it though. Don't overthink it. Show them respect, but not too much respect. Uh-oh. Yes, TJP, you probably should be walking away, but TJP is also is short. But I'm not calling you crazy. I'll go ahead and back you up. This is not a revenge trade. This is not a forced trade. I can totally see how you'd be short right now. Doesn't mean it'll work out, but I see the logic. I see how you're thinking that this bear pennant, you're looking for the breakdown. Yeah, you're welcome, Jacob. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you decide to continue to hang out. All right, I'm rooting for TJP here. He needs a win here. So I'm gonna trade vicariously through him. Actually, I could play a breakdown or get out at this point with my stop right above there. Let's see. I might just try to play a breakdown or get out. So a super tight stop, and it's either this thing's breaking down and going right then and there, or I'm gonna stop out. So I might try something like that here, actually. Let's see. Oh, now if this bounces up too much, I'm not gonna do it because that'll be my risk profile will get thrown off a little bit, but. 46. I'm going to do it. Okay, I'm in. Breakdown or get out. Stop right there. Again, breakdown or get out. I'm not giving a short leash, but my thought was on that move it was going to get going. Right now, looking like I was incorrect, but still trying to give it a chance. Come on, do it for me and TJP. Let's go. Come on, Bear Pennant. Let's go, brother. Come on. Blue line is my entry. Come on. Down. Down, brother. Down, brother. Let's see if we can get some. So we got the breakdown, but the continuation was the problem. And now am I about to get stopped out? So got the breakdown, but continuation. And I am out. Well, bummer. In hindsight, should have just scalped it. But that's all right. Had that thing flushed, I'd have been so upset at myself for choosing a scalp. But still plenty green on the account. TJP, careful, buddy. Don't go on tilt. Don't start. Just be careful, buddy. If you're feeling anything like I am right now, maybe a little frustrated. I'm not on tilt watch or anything like that. I feel good about that. I'd take that trade again. Because had that thing had the floodgates opened up relative to what was being risked, I'd have made that would have been a great win. Yeah, TJP, I think you got to just go for a walk at this point, brother. I think we don't want things to spin out of control. It might already be possible to argue that things have spun out of control for you. As much as I'd love for you to stay in the live stream, I'm not sure that'd be the best decision. For those of you non-English speakers, goodest is not a word. At least I don't think it is. All right. Wow. Well, I'm glad I got stopped out and didn't try to get fancy or start to hold and hope, because that would have been a way bigger loss. Maybe another short again up around this area. We'll see how it wants to behave. All right, I got to get that trend line out of here. Stupid trend line. Stupid trend line. Walk away from the computer before you make worse decision. Yeah, that can often be the best decision. Do natives make grammar mistakes? I ain't never make no mistake. I ain't never make no mistake with my grammar. I'm in the middle of my 1 week break after a big loss. Sorry to hear that, Morningwood, but good job on the discipline front. Yeah, sometimes a break can do a mental good. All right. Is this maybe a short starting to develop? Last time it's been up here, got rejected. Will it come up a little bit more? And if so, will it get rejected once again? That's what I'm currently keeping an eye on. I will say this, that stop loss feels very, very good. Because had I gotten fancy or had I gotten stubborn, I'd be looking at a lot bigger loss than what I took a very controlled, very moderate loss. So that's why, as hard as it can be, folks, honor that stop loss. Honor that stop loss. I'm in there on the short side. I am short right now. I did not wait for 275. Looking to get out at 23.405 NVIDIA and Breakout. I'm trying to see if it wants to get rejected from this general area that it's been rejected at before. I do not use the Ikamakui clouds. Nope. All right, little scalp there. I was a little soon. I wanted to scalp at the 21 EMA. So I pretty much did, but probably pressed the button a little too soon and didn't scalp exactly. But that is why. So, little scalp there. Took the profit. Like I said, I clicked technically a little too soon, but I was looking to take the profit right at the 21 EMA because, yeah, does this hold it? Now, if the price falls back down through that 21 EMA, at that point, I could see the price, realistically retesting, that 45 area. But I just wanted to take the little scalp. Johnny P is not trading stocks. I asked him earlier. He's just using NVIDIA as kind of a gauge for the NQ or the MNQ, whatever MNQ, NQ, one of the two. But yes, good looking out. But I already asked him, and he's not. So now for me, it's just a question of, did I look really smart to scalp? Or is that going to prove to be a dumb decision? Because if this rolls back over, then yes, I'll be sitting here saying, why did I choose to scalp? But if this continues on up, I'll be sitting here saying and looking smart like, I'm glad I chose to scalp. But hindsight will be our judge as always. Hey, Nero, good to see you. Good morning. 5 minute, where are we at? Oh, 5 minute is, ooh. Look at this 5 minute. If you're short, in fact, I might be thinking about getting a short. That's looking kind of tasty. That's a nice looking 5 minute there from the short side. Would like to see it come up and then come back down. So I first want to see it come up to this area here. And then if it starts to come back down, I'll try to catch it on the way down. Although that might be a very stupid requirement on my part if it just comes down right now and leaves me behind. You have one left in short. All right, Jocko. Well, 5 minutes looking good for you. There is no wrong or right answer to scalping, going long, or shorting. I mean, potentially there is, but depending on the context. Hey, thanks, Malik. Very, very kind of you. Yes, family's doing well. I am feeling better. I think my voice sounds better too. It's not. I can tell it's not quite there. Still got a raspy cough, but I'm feeling better too. But yeah, I hope you and your family are doing well too, Malik. From, if I remember right, you're in Poland. If my memory serves me right, you are in Poland. Again, 5 minute. I am interested in a short. I would not call you crazy if you're already short or interested in a short. It's a pretty interesting situation right here. Get no guarantees, but I would not call you crazy at all if you're looking at that and thinking short. But we'll see what it wants to do. Or is this one of these where it's just bringing in all the shorts here so it can pop up through? But like I said, it's been rejected here. It's been rejected here. So hopefully nobody would be shocked if it gets rejected right there again. Again, doesn't mean that it will happen and get rejected again. But if it does get rejected, I would hope nobody here is like, whoa, I did not see that coming. Where did that come from? I would hope nobody would say that. Thank you. Feeling a little sick. I have cough too, but we'll be fine. Yeah, there's some sickness seems to be going around. Yep. I think we'll probably have that scattered throughout. Yes, relax. R.I.P. Hulk Hogan. We were talking about that probably about an hour ago. But yeah. We had it hot off the press. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Like I said, my guess is somebody else 15, 20 minutes from now will probably stop in and say the same thing, which is fine. Yeah. Somebody earlier decided somehow to bring that news politics into it for some reason. That person should be able to talk again unless they left. I did put them in a 30-minute timeout just because it would seem kind of ridiculous, but I don't know if they're still here or not. Maybe they took their ball and went home and we'll never see him again. All right. Now I'm feeling pretty stupid. Pretty stupid for putting that extra requirement on it. For anybody that is short and that's been waiting, congratulations. It's looking good for you right now. For me, now I'm kind of feeling a little silly for that requirement, but that's how it goes sometimes. Who's short? Give me a 2 if you're short right now, so I can trade vicariously through you. Jocko, Matt, Kyle, Zach. All right, let's go, Brad. Let's go. Nathan, JB, I love it. Hey, go back down. Go back down, Price. Don't even think about hammering on them. A 3. Now, come on, you dirty rats. Go back down for them. They're all good people. I know these people. Don't do that. That's a little rat move there. Why didn't you re-enter the short? Well, I gave my reasonings of what I was looking for, and it never met those reasonings. Target is 324. Oh, all right, you're looking for a bigger move down. Stop loss 367. All right, so you're still in. You're still in, Matt. The chart adjusted on me right when I was going to try to draw that in. So let's go round 2. I don't know if that trend line will mean anything, but I could see that trend line meaning something. So we'll see what happens with it. Again, I want to see the price get up here a little bit more and then come back down. Still, your reasons are still in play. Right, yeah, but it did. Like I said, always stocks. I explained kind of what I was looking for, and that just didn't happen. Clay, what do you invest in long term? I invest in stocks and real estate. And by real estate, I mean I have some rentals. I also have land, specifically farmland, and I do. Well, I guess it's not necessarily. We'll call it medium term. I like to do private money lending too. Because in my personal financial journey right now, I am all about cash flow. I just want to buy cash flow. I want that passive income. I'm not saying that, again, everybody's going to have different goals depending on where you're at in your financial journey. But for where I'm at right now, I'm not looking to like take an amount and then explode it to a huge amount, because that would be more so like, why I need like big growth on things. I'm at the stage where I just want passive income. I want cash flow. No, there is no overaction, Roland. You just dodged the question. And if you're not gonna participate, then you're gonna get timed out. If you want to avoid the conversation, then you'll just get timed out. If you can't understand why Hulk Hogan passing away would be kind of a point of interest in a chat that goes for 4 hours a day on why somebody might bring it up, then I'm not quite sure what to tell you. Well, then again, you did say you're from Austria. So just as an FYI, because I realize you're in Austria, but in the United States, Hulk Hogan is like a pretty big name. In fact, even my wife, if I said Hulk Hogan, she would know who Hulk Hogan is. So somebody like that, big in American culture, dies, people are going to just bring it up. So yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with trading, but the point being is there's a lot of Americans here. We kind of talk about random stuff. So that's why it was brought up. So anything beyond that though, like bringing politics into it, Roland, was completely irrelevant. But I guess I do need to be fair to you because you're not American, so maybe you didn't realize why people bringing up Hulk Hogan would be on topic in the sense of just, wow, that's actually a very big name in American culture. Yeah. But yeah, you all of a sudden bringing politics into that was just literally completely irrelevant, like mind-boggling irrelevant. My camera is blurry. You're right, it is blurry. Maybe I just need a new camera. Hey, use code Clay so I can get a new camera. Code Clay. Can you everybody go blow up a prop account real quick? So you have to go get another one and use code Clay. There we go. Is it back now? I think it's back. I don't think it's blurry anymore. So just to wrap up that topic, to provide final context, Roland, for you to bring up politics into just that was you overreacting in the sense of you bringing something completely irrelevant to the conversation to the table. So, but like I said, it just dawned on me that maybe you didn't, I can see how maybe you were a little confused by all of that. But yes. So that's why it is also good to know where people are from, because it does help provide a little extra context. But I don't know. Was Hulk Hogan, was he like a worldwide phenomenon too, or is that just American? So you have to trade for 5 days before they start. Well, you you have to trade 5-day minimum during the test. But then once you're in the pro account, yeah, you could in theory start to get paid on that first day. But yes, the minimum test time in Take Profit Trader is 5 days. Yeah, Matt. Yeah, American household name. Now you may be thinking, well, geez, I know such and such prop firm. They advertise you can pass in 1 day. Yeah, but the question ultimately becomes, how many days do you have to wait until you'd be eligible for a payout? Prop firms that advertise, you can pass in 1 day. Yeah, a lot of them, but you're not eligible for a payout until like day 8 or 9. But with Take Profit Trader, in theory, if you played it perfectly, you could be eligible in day 6, right? Because your first 5 days are in the test, whether you like it or not. But then on day number 6, which would be your first day in your pro account, you could start to get paid. So that's something that kind of beginners don't quite, and I understand why. Why would I go with Take Profit Trader when their test is a minimum of 5 days? Yet this prop firm is advertising I can pass in 1 day. Yeah, again, that's not the right question. The right question to ask is, well, how many days away am I from potentially getting a payout? And like I said, with Take Profit Trader, 6 days. And theoretically, in 6 days, you could already start making money, which is very, very quick. All right, let's see if it wants to get pushed back down. Okay, I'm short right here at these areas of resistance. See if it wants to get rejected back down. Out there for another little scalpy scalp. Got stopped out. Good luck to anyone still short. Good job, Zach. I'm trading my money right now. That 5-day test is the only, well, I mean, that's once you get past the 5-day test and then you keep passing another account, eventually the 5-day becomes irrelevant. That's why I'm saying once you pass an account and get a pro account, while you have that pro account, be working on passing other accounts. That way, if you blow up that pro account and you have all these other past tests in storage, then you just plug in a test account, or you plug in a new pro account and you keep going. So the 5 days is only a problem, at least with my approach, is only a problem when you first get started. Again, I'll repeat. Once you pass, you'll have a pro account. But don't just stop there. Just don't have one account. Then start to work on passing another test. And then once you pass that test, just keep it in storage. That way, if you blow up your pro account, you don't have to go through the 5 days again. You just plug in the other past test. And then you just keep that going. You're always working on test accounts while you have pro accounts. But yeah, you're trading your own money is insanity. Insanity. You have one bad day and you could be out thousands of dollars. What's the promotion with your code? The promotion is 40% off and 0 activation fee. Z. We'll Take Profit Trader. Malik, I would, as a beginner, start with Take Profit Trader. Yeah, Z, I think you're really going to like it, especially once you get to the pro accounts. You're going to love that daily payouts, requested in any amount. You're going to enjoy it. Ooh, all right. Is it finally going to push through here? Or is this going to be some sort of fake breakout? Yeah, Alonzo. That's scary, man. That's very, very scary that you're trading your own money in futures. All it takes is one bad day of not honoring a stop or going on tilt, and you could be out. Your entire account could be roasted. Oh, I don't know, Johnny. It's a little different with the prop firms because not every day you're going to be getting payouts, so the profit's a little different. Like yesterday, for example, I took a $1,000 payout. Well, does that mean that every day I'm taking $1,000 payouts? It doesn't mean that. Some days I don't take any payouts. So it's not. And it also depends on what account. Like if you're in a test account, or for me, if I'm in a test account, I'm going to be more aggressive than if I'm with a pro account, right? Because your pro accounts, you want to treat like gold. Yes, because Alonzo, listen closely, Alonzo. That's the key with Take Profit Trader. Once you pass the test, the account just sits there and there are no more monthly fees. That's the great thing about Take Profit Trader. Is yes, during the test phase, there is this monthly fee. And you can take as long as you want to pass the test. But I always say pass it within a month. That way you only have to pay this once. Because after you pass, the fee goes away. There are no more fees. And even if your account is just sitting there waiting to be activated, there are still no more fees. Other prop firms, they do charge you fees to store accounts, but not with Take Profit Trader. That's one of the hidden nuggets that I think separates them that much more from other traders, is you can do kind of, like I said, my Racehorse model, where you get some pro accounts, you get some racehorses, but then while you're trading those accounts, you're still working on passing other accounts. And then once those are passed, they just sit there. No more monthly fees, no more subscription fees. Does that make sense, Alonzo? I have a pro 50K with 300 left to go into buffer hit. Nice, Jocko. Good job, Jocko. Just keep on trading. You're almost there. Would it be feasible that you could make withdrawal 300 in a pro? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Now, 3,000 to 5,000 a day? Possible, yes, because that's how crazy futures are. Futures, especially if you're doing copy trading, then yes. But 3,000 to 5,000 a day, that starts to get, again, I'm not going to, again, it is possible, believe it or not. That's how crazy futures are. But I would not plan on showing up with 3,000 to 5,000. So the fact you're asking 300 to 500, yes, that, again, I'm not saying any of that is easy, but is it reasonable? Are you within the realm of reason, what's possible? Yes, you are. What size buffer do you try building? I don't build buffer. As soon as I get money, I'm taking it. Exactly, yeah. So Michelle must have some experience with prop firms to appreciate the no more monthly fees. Exactly, Michelle. That's why I'm saying Take Profit Trader. Even if you're an intermediate or advanced prop firm trader, Take Profit Trader is worth at least giving a try. Not sure if you talked about this, was away from the community. What happens if you're in a trade during a red folder event? Does CBD just close out your... they do, but you also broke a rule, so you're out. Failed. You broke a rule. So your account would be gone. So pay attention. Well, they'll email you too. If there's a day where they're like, hey, there's a news thing, don't trade through it, you'll know. All right, good there. Good, Alonzo. Got it, thanks. You're welcome. Definitely possible, but the other side is possible too. But that's the thing, Versace, it's not possible. That's the whole point. It's not possible to lose $3,000 in a day. Now, if you're using your own funds, it's possible to lose $3,000 in a day. If you're in a prop firm, the consequences of losing $3,000 is not losing $3,000 of your own money. The consequences is you just lose your account, which means you're out a couple $100. Hey, Frank, do you see Joy pairs going down today? I don't know what that is. I don't know what Joy pairs are. Good questions on the prop firm landscape. Oh, bummer, Michelle. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, well, Alonzo, like I said, your risk is literally just the amount that you've paid for the accounts, which is very minimal compared to your risk if you have a bad day in futures where you go on tilt, or if Trump, maybe you're not even on tilt, maybe you're trying to behave and then Trump does something and tweets something. Oh man, look at that. Frank just set a new record. Wow, Frank, thanks, man. Look at that. Hit the like button for that. Holy smokes, new record. Just beat Nathan by a penny. The previous record was $99.99. The kids are going to eat tonight. Thanks, Frank. Frank's a good guy. He's been here since almost the start of the live stream. Maybe from the start of the live stream. You're making my life profitable since I met you in March. Well, that's awesome, Frank. All right, we have, not to change the topic, but right here, big moment, technically speaking. We are at the 200 period here on the 5 minute. Is it going to get rejected? From a technical standpoint, this is a key level. So much so that maybe I'm going to try a scalp. Let's see. I might try a... $76 up to $80. Oh, and there's my like. Well, thank you, Frank. Thank you for the like. Yeah, the kids are going to eat. Yeah, maybe I can get a new camera. Yeah, I can. Well, I don't know how much cameras are. But I will aim to try to get a new webcam. On that note, if we have any techie people here, what is a good web camera? The one I have is, I don't know, 5 years old. Hey, Mark. Oh, Mark. Look at that. Now we got a competition. Thanks, Mark. Very kind of you. Sorry, I'm not trying to ignore this, but you guys are doing this right at a key technical moment. Look at this. I'm trying to figure out. Very kind of Frank and Mark. But Mark's a scumbag. He let you have the top spot for exactly 7 seconds, Frank. What kind? Who does that? Mark is a savage. Absolute savage. Goodness. Oh, you got the top spot, huh? I'll let you have that for 7 seconds. But thank you to the both of you. Very kind. Yeah, it is. It's like straight up. I mean, just straight up Price is Right type stuff there. Logitech Brio 500 webcam is class. Is class. What is it? Again, if any of you are kind of techie, what is a good webcam out there? I want to say that that's what I have. Is the Brio? No, maybe not. No, mine doesn't look like that. Oh, it's a sale right now at Walmart. This? Says it's a sale. We grinding. Logitech Brio is a solid one. Yeah, 1080p, good quality video cam. I mean, am I clear again or am I still fuzzy? Yeah, that's, I mean, it took a little break. If you look closely, you'll see it temporarily got rejected off of the 200 period, came down a little bit, and then, so this is definitely a strong move here. I'm going to, hard to get short biased right now. I'm going to go ahead and look for a pullback, but I'm more so long biased. Jackson, Darteller, sure. Yeah, 10 a good quality video. Let's go to 400. But hindsight, man, sure, I'm glad I scalped 2 longs. Shockingly enough, we are crushing it on the likes all of a sudden. We're actually only 30 away from the 3 hour mark. Or I mean, 30 away from 200. And usually 200, I've got to be asking, we need 200 by the 3 hour mark. So if you have not hit the like button, we do for sure need to have 200 likes by the 3 hour mark. Should not be a problem because we are all of a sudden way ahead of pace. But if you have not yet hit that like button, do so. That is how I'm gauging interest levels, and as long as I know people are interested, entertained, we'll keep the party going. So that's not a vanity metric. It's helping me out. It's helping me try to do time management here, because I'd prefer not to spend my time doing something where people aren't actually finding much value to it or entertainment to it. So if you are entertained, finding value, and you haven't hit the like button, do so. It plays a go long. It's gonna high. Okay, JM. If you buy me here, JM, we're gonna cut a deal. You buy me an account, and I will go long. How's that? I think I like Tradeovate, Alonzo. And the nice thing with Tradeovate, is I walk you through in this video how to set it up. At least how to set up for mine, for the way mine looks. So if you do go with Tradeovate, just let me know and I'll link you to that video right there. And like I said, not that your setup has to look like this or needs to stay like this, but at least give you a backbone of kind of how to operate and set things up in Tradeovate. I'm looking forward to it. JM is about to buy me an account, it sounds like, so I can go long. Here you go. Alonzo is requesting the link. So there we go. There's a link to how I set up Tradeovate. There we go. Wow. Just total grind city right now. Hurry up, JM. Buy me my account so I can get long. Hurry. We've hit the high of day twice and rejected immediately. Can we get there again? Yeah, it will be interesting. High of the day, by the way, is that white line up there. So the price can never get above there because that is the high of the day. So if the price were to get up there, you'll notice the white line just gets moved higher and higher. But that is what the white line is illustrating. As an FYI. Are we gonna get some sort of? I'm gonna do it just for fun. Let's just do one. Because this thing is definitely very strong, but let's see if I can try to nail some kind of top here. Well, first I got to get filled. Okay, I'm in. Stop loss is the green line. So very simple premise. Not trying to overcomplicate things here. Got rejected here before. Got rejected here before. Will we get rejected again? If not, my stop is right there. The green line. And as of right now, it looks like the price... No, right there. Out. Price don't care. Price... What are resistance levels? I don't... Oh, my... Don't do that. Come on. You little rat. That's the... Don't stop me out and then roll over. All right. I'm taking my hands away from the keys. I'm very tempted right now to just immediately jump back in from the short side. Maybe I should, but I'm not quite sure if is that a good idea or is that a revenge trade. So let's just sit back and let things develop for a second. Oh, man. That's a nice looking candle there. That's true. That's true. But also, you and Mark and Frank have not been telling me to just randomly do things. You have not said go long. It's going to high. It's somebody took this at 23. All right, this is making okay. All right, so that candle has disappeared. I'm glad I did not get suckered back into it because now I'd be looking like maybe another loss right in a row here. So wow, just it does not. Oh, I forgot. The bond. There's a bond auction going on right now. Right at 1 o'clock. Let me check this. I think that's what's going on. The bond auction. So the bond auction must have gone or is going well. I'm not sure how long a bond auction takes. Let me double check this. Yeah, 1 o'clock. 20-year bond auction. Okay. All right. So I would assume that this is people are liking how the bond auction is playing out. Hence the slow and steady grind right now. So not very, obviously crazy action in the sense of whipping all over the place, but slow and steady, slow and steady. So I guess you just get long? Is that how this works? Is it's only going up right now? I think that's how the market works, right? It starts to go up, and because guarantees exist, just get long, and you're guaranteed to make money. I think that's how. I think that's what should be done here. What a breakout, though. So one lesson here is I was talking about getting short, and I think I was short. I can't remember. I don't remember if I took a trade right here. I don't remember if it was a winner. No, I think I scalped out. So I think I actually look really smart right now, I think. Because I chose for a scalpy scalp, glad I did. But for people that wanted this to roll over and got short, I hope they're being disciplined, because if not, absolute roast city. So any undisciplined shorts, I hope at least they're in a prop firm. Because at least within a prop account, your consequence is you lose your account. But if they're with using their own money, their consequence is, I mean, depending on position size, thousands and thousands of dollars at this point. I mean, I'm only kidding, but now I'm halfway getting serious. It's just like, okay, we're at the overnight high. So this could very realistically be a resistance, but I don't trust it as resistance, because this thing just keeps wanting to apparently grind higher and higher. If we can get some evidences here that this white line wants to be a resistance, then hit my target. I'm out for the day. Good job, Johnny P. Congrats. Bond pops usually fade within 20 to 30 minutes. All right, Matt, man, you let us know. You let us know when you're getting short. Sounds like you got some data within 20 to 30 minutes. So you let us know when you're getting short, because it's about to fade. Wow. Look at that. Hard to make this stuff up. Look at that. The overnight high, that pink line, that is, I mean, boom, right off of it. Not really any setup either. I mean, had it for maybe some indecision type candles up here, that's a little easier to work with. But here it was just basically hit it and then straight down. So not a lot to work with there from the short side of things. There's an inverted head and shoulders, which is why I was scalping on the upside, but it's a bit scary now. Good job on the scalps then, Michael. I'm out of that one, but great trade. I'm green for the day after 2 losers. Nice job, Zach. So that tells me you had some good risk management. Green on the day with 2 losses. So for some people, that's like a wait, what? If I have losses, that means I've like it's a red day for sure. But here we have Zach, 2 losses, yet still green for the day. So good job, Zach Wilson in the risk management department. Well done. I guess it kind of did already bounce off of. I'm going to keep an eye on that green line right there, which is the 21 EMA. We'll see if the price wants to get a little. Still seems a bit overextended given how far up away from the 21 EMA it is. So I'm going to just sit here and kind of let it putz around a little bit more and see if it wants to, like I said, either have the 21 EMA catch up or a little bit more of a pullback. Is anybody in this one right now? 1 for long, 2 for short, 3 if you're me, SOH, like me right now. SOH for sitting on hands, doing nothing. Again, if you're long right now, 1. Ooh, there's a trade plan for Mark, who is the king right now with the #1 crown. Show him some respect. 3, 3, 3. Wow, some of you got short, huh? Nice job. Good job on the short. Impressive. Cyclonic light trading, just as an FYI. If you want to save your fingers a little typing, you can hit 3. 3 means SOH. Unless, like I said, if you're working on your typing. All right, like I said, I want to see it pull back a little bit more. Just hit 1430 profit on my new 50K test. Gonna get another 50K test and keep it trading. Is that how you do it? Yes. Yep. Yep, that is a racehorse model. Always be looking to pass tests. Guard your, be picky with your pro accounts. Treat them with a whole lot of respect. But you can't be scared. You can't be scared to lose the pro account. But what I've discovered, or my theory was, and what's helped me, it's a lot easier to not be scared if you know that you have another account in the stable that you can plug in right away. But it is very easy to get scared of your pro account, your funded account, whatever you want to call it. If you're like, oh, if I blow this thing, then I got to go through the test period again. So at least that would cause me to trade scared. But now that I know that I have racehorses in the stable and waiting, then again, I'm still treating my pro accounts with a whole lot of respect. But there's not like a fear component, like, okay, great, if I blow this thing, then I got to go back to no, because I know that I have accounts already passed. So yes, that is exactly it, relax or do. And again, with Take Profit Trader, this is a possible model strategy because after you pass your test, the fees go, there are no more monthly fees. So it can just sit there. It can sit there in waiting, to go with my analogy, sit there in the stable as a racehorse just waiting to get activated. My heart broke, Hulk Hogan. See, I told you, relax. I said in about 15 to 20 minutes somebody would show up and bring up Hulk Hogan again. But yeah, we are aware. So we'll look at it again. Probably about 20 to 25 minutes. Hulk Hogan will be brought up again. So do you see Roland? If Roland is still here, do you see what I mean about kind of like a big figure in American culture? So is Hulk Hogan relevant to trading? Not really, but is he relevant to American culture? And do we have a lot of Americans that hang out here? We do. So hopefully, Roland, that this all makes a whole lot more sense to you at this point. But yes, Relaxer, do remember, use code CLAY. I got to get a new webcam, apparently. So code CLAY will help support that. And I got to feed my kids, too. Oh, which reminds me, I added something, which I think is on the site now. Let's check it out. I think if you go to the, I don't know, can somebody confirm? Like when you go to the site, do you see this now? If you use the link that's at the top of the screen, or, click on the link anywhere, do you see this? Can anybody confirm or deny? Somebody earlier was asking, what is a promotion? That is it right there. Get 40% off your account and $0 activation fee. And of course, use code CLAY at checkout. Do you guys see that? No, it's fine right now, but it has started to go blurry a little bit. I just did it, but it was a reset. Yeah, resets still get credit. Yes, it works. I see the same as... Okay, thank you, Diego. All right, cool. Hey, Mark, are you still here? I got a question for you, Mark, real quick. My question is, my theory is I chose orange because it's not really, it doesn't really fit in with the color scheme. So do you think that helps it stand out more, or should I be using like a green? Because that was another choice I had, green. So again, I wanted it to stand out, and I thought, okay, maybe an off color makes it stand out more, but I don't know. Or is this just making it like somehow not standing out? I'm asking Mark as an FY because Mark is a graphic designer in his former life. Yeah, green yes, orange is a complement of blue. Okay. Can't say that that's why I did it, but if orange works, great. Orange like Harley. Again, I can't say that's why I chose orange because it's like Harley, but I just wanted to make it stand out. But there we go. Patient trader just... I know, I realize he's joking around, but it was supposed to be another 20 minutes before somebody brought up. Mark, I know this is going to shock you. I know this is going to shock you, but believe it or not, I knew that's what you meant. I actually did know that one. There are a lot of things I do not know, which Mark knows. Mark is actually a real-life friend. In all actuality, this is going to sound creepy. This is going to sound weird, but it's true. Mark spent the night at my house on Monday night, okay? No, yes, on Monday night. Mark spent the night at my house. I know it sounds weird. Well, him and his family. That actually does sound weird. So let me specify. His family and him spent the night at my house on Monday. No, that was bad. That was bad. I mean, he did, but so did his family, is what I should say. His wife and family. Yeah. So here's the problem with Mark and I, we've discovered. Like, once we start, so we first met them a few years ago, whatever, and we had them over for Thanksgiving, and we were going to smoke a turkey. And then me and Mark, we just talk. We'll talk about whatever. But the turkey smoked for way longer than it should have because I got distracted. We were talking. It still turned out fine. And then I was smoking a pork shoulder. And for those of you that were here on that live stream on Monday, you remember me trying to make sure Trip was smoking it or spraying it every hour. Anyways, we did it again. We were talking, and then we were like, I looked at my phone and it was like remove from heat. And I have no idea how long it was saying to remove from heat. So I'm still a little skeptical on if it actually did turn out well and if Mark is just being polite and saying they were good. So I don't know. I don't know if is he being polite or was it actually not that good. I don't trust my taste buds because I have the taste buds of a caveman. But Mark is a very sophisticated palate. I'll put it that way. I thought you were married, Clay. I know. I should have provided more context. Mark and his family spent the night. Yeah. All right. Baby oil free. There we go. Mark has provided confirmation. There is no baby oil involved. I swear, people are logging onto this and saying, wait, what is going on? Huh? All right, I'm this is the test. I have not asked for any likes for quite a while, and it just stuck at 180. We just did get 2. But I'm curious, can we now make the push up to the 200 likes? If you have not, make sure you hit the like button. We got to get this up to 200 likes to keep the party going. So friendly reminder, I've been told, Clay, you should always be reminding people because a lot of people forget. So let's see if we can make a run up to now 200 likes. Keep the party going. For my first account, should I still get the 50K? I think the 50K is a good one to start with. Fat Splat, which is an interesting name. But at the end of the day, Fat Splat, you could ask 10 different people, get 10 different answers, or all 10 could say 50K, but give you 10 different reasons why. So, but I think the 50K is a good area to start with. Maybe over time you'll develop, I actually like the 100K better or the 150K or maybe the 25K better. I don't know if Hooch is in here, but Hooch, he really likes the 25K. But yeah, the 50K per your question to start off with, I think is a reasonable thing to do. It's a light Clay and I got to run. I logged in at 372, big win today. Good job, Mike. Congrats. All right, I am thinking of a long here. Just trying to let this consolidate out more, but were we going class 1 or 2? Sorry, Tom, I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Okay, I'm in here long. I'd be willing to add a little bit here. I do like this setup. So I have 10. That blue line is my average price. Hey, Brian, good to see you. Following from Kenya. Very cool, David. Whoa. I'm going to add one more here, down at the 21. Okay. So I'm definitely taking on more risk with this one, but I got a lot of wiggle room on the day. But let's see if this thing does indeed want to get the bounce up off of this area here. I'll see you later on the webinar. Awesome, Brian. Yeah, we've had a couple other people say they're going to be there too from the live stream, so that should be a fun little reunion. And blue line is my average price. Oh, and it gets rejected right off my entry point. That's never a great sign. Look at that. Push some more. Don't like the hesitation. I got to get out. I can't, especially when I had built up that size, I can't risk it. I can't risk having that thing come all the way down and stopping me out down there. I needed that smooth movement to keep being smooth, not putts around on me. Again, as I started you saw how smooth it was looking, smooth, and then all of a sudden it just kind of blah, blah. I gave it time. So at that point, especially because I did build up a little bit higher, I needed that smooth move to keep on going. Well, it wasn't too much. It was fine, but under the context of, because I had 20, I needed that thing to keep on moving. Like, I wasn't going to risk having it come back down here, because that would have been was my stop at that point, just the lows. But yes, given that I did load up to 20, no, I was right. It did want to bounce off here, but you got to counterbalance that with, okay, but I need it to keep bouncing. I'm not going to sit here and wait forever. Long or short class? Oh, I get it. I get what you're saying. Okay, Tom, sorry. I was way too slow on that one. I get it. Well, I was long. Clearly, in hindsight, I should have waited for the 21 EMA, which, if you remember, and you can't make this stuff up, and I realize that if you're just getting on the live stream, you don't have to believe me. If you're skeptical, no problem. You can just go back in the live stream and you can watch. But for those that were here, I was talking about that 21 EMA and how I have the prices still pretty much too far away from it. Let's see if the price can get a little closer to it. Wouldn't you know it, that's basically right where the price had bounced off of it. So had I just waited with that original trade plan, I would have been okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. I still liked it. I still liked where I got here. And I was willing to give myself that flexibility. And it worked out just fine. Still a green trade, but yeah, I would like to have seen that candle keep on moving nice and smoothly back up. But so sometimes you just gotta wait. You be a little bit more patient. But again, I'm saying that half jokingly because I realize it's easy to say that in hindsight, and because, well, like I said, when the chart was looking like this, I mean, that was still a nice little bull pennant, nice consolidation going sideways. But I definitely did not want to be stopping out as it breaks the 21 EMA just to have this sort of happen. That's tilt watch right there, right? Where you build size, you stop out at the bottom, and as soon as you stop out, up it goes. Which happened to me yesterday, by the way. If you're watching that, remember, or was that 2 days ago? I can't remember, but I had a trade, I think it was yesterday, where I got aggressive. I built, and then I literally got stopped out. I might have been stopped out at the very bottom, and then it curled back around and. Yeah, that was yesterday because I had to put myself in the penalty box because I was going to go on tilt. Hasuni. Hello. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. So you use take profit and just look at trade ovate. Correct, Fat Splat. What I'm doing here very quickly is the prop firm I'm using is Take Profit Trader. So step one, you select the purchasing power you want. Make sure to use code CLAY. Get that 40% off. And then after that, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use, and I'm using TradeOvate. But again, you do not need to go to TradeOvate separately and create an account. The prop firm does all that for you, and then they send you the login information, and then you can log in. So you get to skip the kind of annoying step of having to submit your application to TradeOvate and all of that. Like I said, the prop firm takes care of all that for you. All right, as a reminder, if we're going to go beyond the 3-hour mark, we've got to get this up to 200 likes. We should be okay. We have 15 minutes to get 9 more likes. So if you would like for the live stream to continue beyond the 3-hour mark, make sure you hit that like button. because that is my gauge of interest. So if people here are still interested and enjoying and finding any sort of value, communicate that to me by hitting the like button. And like I said, if we get up over that 200 likes by the 3-hour mark, we'll keep the party going. So we are at 199. All right. I'd like to think that we can get a couple more in the next 14 minutes, but we'll see. I might look to try another long down here, because I can get I will actually. Buy. Stop. So green line, I am looking to get long. Red line will be my stop. Again, green line, I am looking to get long. Red line is my stop. So just trying to play almost like a little miniature double bottom here within the pullback. If I'm wrong, it'll be a small little annoying, because all losses are annoying, but it won't be very painful because it'll be very small. So that's the current situation right here. Hopefully it doesn't just leave me behind now. Again, looking to get long at the green line. Stop is the red line. Maybe hindsight will have me saying, Clay, why didn't I not just get in like right now? Like right now at this moment, why am I not just getting in? I'll just put my crosshair because I was thinking about it. So let's watch what happens with the price with that crosshair, because I could have gotten in right now. We'll see if I should have just done that or not. So the crosshair is kind of like a little paper trade, but my actual trade I'm trying to do, green line entry, red line is my stop. Man, it's really just tightened up here, huh? All right, I'm curious now. Maybe, all right, this is now the time. Give me a 1 if you're long, 2 if you're short, 3 if you're SOHing, meaning you're sitting on hands, doing nothing. 1 for long, 2 for short, 3 if you're sitting on hands. 1, I don't know what 4 is. 1. Okay, a lot of people are just waiting. Wow. I'm surprised to see some people short. As many people short as I do. What am I missing from the short side of things? Maybe these people, and I'm just guessing what you guys are seeing. Maybe they're seeing this right here. I guess maybe they're seeing that bear flag. That bear flag just has me worried because it's all occurring in an overall uptrend. Doesn't mean that it can't work out. 4, sitting on the toilet. Okay, 4 means sitting on the toilet. Gotcha. Uh-oh. 4 for the tilt. Don't be on tilt, Zach. Don't be on tilt. I took a short scalp expecting a rejection at 400. Well, remember when I had that crosshair there? Right now, that's seemingly... All right, well, I'm going to cancel my plan out now because it seems like the price is just floating away from it. It's dark in here. I hit the wrong key. Uh-oh. Yeah, don't hit the wrong key. That's definitely something that is a good thing to not have happen as traders. I guess maybe if it comes back down. Problem is now if it comes back down on the 5-minute, that candle's got me a little worried. So I'm going from I'm going from thinking that I wanted to get long to now I'm just going to go with I'm going to sit on my hands, let this thing develop a little bit more. I don't know why it took me almost 6 months to figure out how to get a quick read on what people are doing, other than just asking for numbers real quick. But I've enjoyed this. I think we started on Monday, but this has been very helpful. We are at 200 likes. That's good. Again, keep hitting that like button. The next target is 225 likes. So there's no need to hold back your likes. Like I said, if you're enjoying and you want to help contribute to the live stream continuing, Hitting the like button ensures with that. And also, there are no ads, or at least there shouldn't be any ads. So if you appreciate that and you want to keep it that way, again, please consider using code CLAY, whether that's with Take Profit Trader at the top. I also do have an Apex code CLAY. If you're more of a veteran prop firm trader and you want to help support the live stream, I do have code CLAY at Apex. But again, for beginner, really anybody, but especially beginners, make sure you start with Take Profit Trader. But yes, there are no ads. So literally the only way that this officially now becomes worth my time as a live streamer is by people using code CLAY. So if you enjoy, if you appreciate the no ads, then yes, again, please use code CLAY, as that helps contribute to making all this quote unquote worth my time, which from a business standpoint it does. What time frame? I just opened up prop per count. Did you use code CLAY, Malik? What time frame? This is the 2 minute. Right here is the 2 minute time frame, and you can see that, by the way, up here. But also off screen here, I have other time frames that I'm watching. But the one that we are observing here is the 2 minute. This is why, like I said, my stop would have been down here. So I'm curious if that was a good decision or not to have canceled that out. All right, I would be filled, but I also would not be stopped out yet. I don't like it right now because of that 5 minute right now. Hey, thanks Mark again for the super chat. Thanks for participating, and congrats on your number one. The king is leaving. Your highness is leaving. So show him some respect. Have a good rest of the day, though, Mark. Again, this crosshair is where my stop loss would have been. So I'd be very, very nervous right now had I gotten long. So I feel... Thank you, Malik. I'll let my kids know that when they're not eating branches tonight to thank Malik because he used code CLAY. Did you check your spam folder, Fat Splat? We had somebody a couple of days ago saying that, and then somebody else was like, well, check your spam. And the person was like, oh, there it is. Again, that crosshair is where my stop loss would have been, so I'm very curious to see, was that the right move to have canceled out my trade plan to go long? Yep, all right. That's a good confidence booster. All right, I'm glad I canceled that out. For those of you, and here I was saying people that were short, I was a little, not quite sure, but to those of you that were short, well played, well played. I'm going to keep an eye on these areas down here for a potential long. Why is it actually in my spam? Well, there you go, Fat Splat. You can never remember, check that spam folder. Clay, do you not get tired of trading? If I didn't have the live, yeah, without the live stream, absolutely. But the live stream makes it pretty entertaining. We can get into good conversations. So yes, this adds a nice little component to it. Normally, though, I would have been done trading by, usually I'm done within the first 90 minutes. But the history of the live stream is has kind of turned me into an afternoon trader, which is fine. That's also why I do MNQ in smaller size, just because I've never been the greatest afternoon trader. But no, I don't get tired of it. Okay, I remember you used to be an advocate for the 30-minute a day. Did you change since you started future? Oh, yeah, I was just kind of talking about that, Brandon. Exactly. Yes, normally I'm done between 30 minutes and 90 minutes a day, 100%. But after I started the live stream, people kind of I learned that people enjoy seeing the live trading. But at the open, I already have my time is already allotted to members of my private community that have paid to join the Discord and all that sort of stuff. So that's why I don't do the live stream right at the open, because I need to devote my attention to them. But I do start at 11 a.m., which again is right kind of when I'm normally done over my trading career. But if people like live trading, here we are doing live trading. But again, I hedge that via the fact of just acknowledging I've never been the greatest late morning, early afternoon trader. So that's why I more times than not I'm just doing the MNQ. But yes, Brandon, your memory serves you well. But yes, the main reason I'm doing it is because I accidentally turned myself into a live streamer, and I mean that quite literally. All you got to do is go back and watch episode number 1 of the live stream, which I did not delete out. I just kind of left it up there just because it's pretty funny. I was clicking some buttons like, oh, that's how people go live. I wonder what happened. All right, let me click go live. And then from there, it's all history. People showed up, and you can go watch. I was like, oh, hey, people are here. I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't even know if this thing's going to go beyond the 5-minute mark. But like I said, the rest is history. Were you on the first ever live stream, Nas? Because there was 25, 30 people that showed up almost immediately. So if you're one of those 25, 30 people, Nas, that's actually pretty funny. Well then, yeah, you were there for episode 1. But yes, normally I would been done way before this, but in the literal sense of the phrase, I turned myself into a live streamer accidentally. I think it was Kyle. I don't know. Somebody or JJ. I don't remember. One of you, not that long ago, went back and watched episode 1, and you're laughing about it. Yeah, well, Take Profit Trader, I guess they could potentially deny, but Take Profit Trader, they've never denied any of my payments. I don't know of anybody that's actually had denied payments from Take Profit Trader. That's why I recommend them, especially if you're a beginner, because I have a very clean-cut set of rules. So quite frankly, I don't know how you would get a payment denied, because they don't have any consistency rules. They don't have anything like that. It's just, hey, here's your drawdown. Here's, now, of course, you can't trade during certain news events. So that would be a way that you wouldn't get a payment denied because of that. You would just have your account taken. Yes, if you have never used Take Profit Trader, Brandon, and you have experience in the world of prop firms, I think you'll be quite pleased, especially once you get to the pro phase and you can take those daily payouts in any amount that you want. I think you're going to be like, oh, wow, this is real nice. This is real nice, Cletus. But again, I have had multiple payouts. I have not had any of them denied. To be fair, I also, with Code Clay, and many of you have used Code Clay, which I appreciate, maybe they wouldn't want to deny me. But again, I haven't heard of anybody else getting denied. Because again, they don't have as many rules as many other prop firms. No consistency rules, nothing in the pro account that would make it where that would give them reason to deny a payout. Now, I suppose if you're using some sort of some kind of software, some sort of somebody else is trading your account for you and they figure that out somehow, I guess maybe, but like I said, I think you'd be very pleased with them if you gave them a chance. All right, do I want to buy this breakout here? Maybe. Is it going to break or get denied from that trend line? That is the question. I have a friend that was waiting on 4,000 and he's being told by DB that they paid the money to the bank, but the bank is saying they don't have the money. Yeah, well. Yeah, I'd say there's two sides every. I don't not believe you, Darren, but I would. It's kind of like when people show up here and they're like, "Take Profit Traders garbage. I signed up. Where's their emails? What's going on?" It's like, well, did you check your spam? Oh yeah, there it is. Never mind. So again, I'm not saying that that's not true, Darren. All I would say is there's always kind of a couple sides. Are you sure your buddy is as confident? I don't know. Like I said, I'm just throwing that out there. But even that is not a denied payout. So Brandon was asking about denied payments. Your buddy was not denied a payout. They agreed to pay him the 4,000, but your buddy is apparently, I don't know. Their bank, there's some sort of issue there, which I've never heard of before. Okay, so right there. So something, obviously there's some sort of technical glitch. There's nothing shady going on. So thank you for sharing that bit, Darren. That provides a lot more light. So he's already been paid $12,000. So yes, if anything, that just shows take profit trader pays. Your buddy's already been paid $12,000. So it sounds like in this situation, there's some sort of glitch on somebody's end somewhere. But it's not a question of a denied payout or them being sketchy. But yes, so thank you for providing that other little bit of detail there. Yeah. All right. I'm trying to play the breakout here. Yeah, too slow. Threw an order out there, did not get filled though. If you saw that green line show up, that was my attempt to buy, but no fill on it. Out short a bit late, still green though. All right. Oh, were you trying to play the trendline rejection, Zach? Is that what you were thinking? You're getting short there, thinking it was gonna reject back down? Was that your thought process there? Ooh, no, is this a short? Ooh, that's kind of nasty. Yikes. That's got to have some breakout traders a little. Again, I'm not saying that they're stopped out yet, but you got to think it's got them feeling a little nervous. Oh boy. To be fair, it is maintaining. If you look close enough, it is maintaining above the green line, the 21 EMA, so it's trying to hold strong. Anybody here use the weather.com app? I can't tell if this thing just is a total piece of garbage or if it's actually good. Sometimes I swear the radar shows like nothing, and then all of a sudden it's like snowing out in the middle of June. So I don't know. I make money every day and lose all that on the same day. Well, that tells me you got some risk management issues, Batman with cheese. That's why I'm constantly preaching on here. Constantly. Probably to the point of annoying. That trading has nothing to do with making money. Blind, drunk monkeys can make money. It's all about how do you manage that risk. What is your opinion on gold right now? Well, Switch, I would say for you, you've got to step things back and do a little bit more learning. Because that's a very dangerous question you just asked. You've put yourself in a very dangerous spot. How so? Well, let's just say, Switch, you're asking about gold from a day trading standpoint. But I assume you're asking about it from an investment standpoint. So I give you my thoughts from a day trader standpoint. Well, that's actually very dangerous, very irrelevant for you because you're just asking about it from a day trading reference point. Or on the flip side, maybe you're asking about it from an investment standpoint. And then I just give you my thoughts from a day trading viewpoint. Well, what does a day trader's thought have to do with a longer term investment thought? So the fact that you did not provide any context tells me that you're new, which is fine. We all start off as new. So I'd encourage you to tap the brakes and do some more learning. Now, had you shown up and said, hey, Clay, I'm a day trader. I use the 2-minute and the 5-minute. What are your thoughts on gold? Or, hey, Clay, I'm an investor looking at gold for the longer term. What do you think about gold? Okay, that's a much different question. That shows that you know how to ask the right question because you provided context. But just saying, what's your thoughts on gold? Very, very dangerous situation that you put yourself in. So My thoughts are, I can tell you are new, which again is fine. We all start off being new, but I'd say you're getting a little bit ahead of yourself, so focus on doing more learning. Think like a manager instead of a trader. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Hey, Clay, just watched the first episode. LOL, pretty funny. I like the part where you said, I'm not looking for a job streaming for 3 hours, and here you are. Yeah, exactly. That just shows, like, I had no idea. I couldn't, at that point, I was like, I could not imagine streaming for 3 hours. Yeah, and here I am, going beyond 3 hours. So it's funny how you can make claims and thoughts without really having any experience, any doing it, and then but when you do start to do it, you're like, okay. Are you doing a? Haven't you already attended beginner? Yeah, this class is tonight, beginner. For anybody that is interested. Oh, whoa. Well, that was a big glitch. I think, did YouTube freeze up for you guys on the live stream? Uh-oh. All right, I think we're having some YouTube issues right now. Because me even trying to type in the chat box is very, very slow. And I can tell this, and I don't even know if people can hear me right now. Whoa. All right, are we back? My browser just totally collapsed. Did any? Okay. Okay. All right. Beginner, did you get the link? I was trying to send you a link. I have no idea if I succeeded. So I don't know if that was... I don't know what just happened there. But anyways, free webinar, which is tonight. There you go. I don't know. I don't know if that was my box or what, but that was interesting. My chart and everything like that never stopped moving. So I know it wasn't my internet. I didn't know if that was YouTube or what, but Clay, I have passed the second 25K test account today. Good job. Basically, after I blew my last pro account, I bought two 25K test accounts using code Clay and group traded together. Oh, you copy trade them. Very good. Now again, Nas, if you want to do the race card or the racehorse model, pick up another test account right now. Start trading that. Get that in the process of getting passed so that you can put that one in storage. And then if you lose one of these 225s, then at least you know that you have another one already sitting in the stable, right? So start training a new horse. Turn that horse into the racehorse. And then after you get it into the racehorse, you don't have to use it right away, but put it in the stable because it'll take Profit Trader. They don't charge you any money per month to store an account. Because after you get through the test phase, no more fees. All right, we got a potential long here. But yeah, great job. All right, let's... Missed it. Maybe I can try again here. Yeah, I want to see how this candle forms first. Last time I did this, I got a little too... I mean, it worked out fine, but let's see if this candle actually wants to close and look like a hammer or something like that. I am interested in going long, but I want to see how this candle finishes looking. Again, so each of these candles is 2 minutes. So I don't know how much time is left in this candle, but we got to let it finish moving around first, and then I'll start to get a better idea. Clay, thank you for showing us Take Profit Trader. I just passed my first test. Nice, congrats. Account 50K and started my pro account last week. I'm up 2,200 on the as of my last trade. Nice job. Now, Quinn, is that the only trade you have, or is that the only account you have, or are you doing the Racehorse model? Are you actively working on passing other tests so that if the current pro account goes bye-bye, you have something else ready to plug and play? If not, I'd encourage you to do so. Okay, perfect. Good. He's got another 50. Good. He's doing the worst. Yeah, good. All right, so you are doing the Racehorse model. You're currently training another horse, trying to convert that horse into a racehorse, and then you can just put it in the stable, store it there. Or, I mean, I guess you could activate it because you could have up to 5 racehorses active at a time. So it's not like you have to do one at a time, but because with Take Profit Trader, you could have up to 5 accounts active at once. You can copy trade those accounts, meaning you can make one trade, and let's say that one trade you make $100 on, but if you copy it to your 4 other accounts, well, now you made that one $100 trade 5 times. So in actuality, you made $500, right? Because $100 per account, and if you had 5 of those accounts, there's your 500. Well, I mean, and to be fair, my system doesn't work on other prop firms because other prop firms are, if they're going to charge you to just have accounts that sit there, well, then yeah, then your costs can really start to add up very quickly. But with Take Profit Trader, because they don't charge you after you pass the test, there's no more monthly fees. Then yeah, build up that stable. Keep on training those horses, because part of prop firm trading is you're going to lose racehorses along the way. There will be casualties of racehorses. Currently got 1 racehorse. I'm working to get my 5. There you go. And then after you get your 5, Zach, still keep passing. Keep passing them. Get that stable full. Now, I don't know what full is. Maybe you keep it full with like 3 or 2 passed accounts. I don't know. Everybody's situation is going to be different there. But it's my model, my thought, that makes the most sense, because you don't want to find yourself scared to trade in your pro account. If I fail my pro, I'm going to have to go through the test period again. Nope. You're not going to have that fear if you know that you already have another account, another racehorse that you can just plug right in. I only have race ponies. Now, you've gotten a racehorse before, Jim. You've got a racehorse. I honestly don't know how many are in the stable. I could probably go and count, but yeah, I do have several racehorses in the stable. They race ostriches also. I don't know if that means anything, so I'm not going to act on it. I'm just throwing it out there kind of as a point of curiosity. Hey, see you later, Verse Ace. Have a good one. Hey, if we're going to go beyond the 3.5 hour mark, this needs to get up to at least 225 likes. So we have 16 minutes to get 13 more likes. So if you have not yet hit that like button and you're enjoying, make sure you communicate that via hitting that like button. That's how I'm gauging. Does the party continue? Well, are people still interested? How can I gauge people's interest via that like button? So if you have not yet hit that like button and you're interested in finding value and want the party to continue, then make sure you hit that like button. Sure, can you add one more? Look, I'm not sure what you're... I'm maybe you're not even talking to me. Can I add one more? What do you mean? Okay, how long have you been trading futures? Since November. Yeah, I finally moved over my private community after years and years of trying to persuade me to try futures. I finally moved over in November. And I'm very regretful that it took me that long. And then when you factor in prop firms, it's such a no-brainer. Now, to be fair to myself, I did reject prop firms for a couple years just because I was like, that sounds too sketchy. There's no way I'm doing that. But again, after a couple years and seeing many members of my private community post payouts, and then when I was like, okay. Now, of course, there were some sketchy ones, but like when you see the same ones or payouts from the same, like, okay, they have a track record, they've been around. So that's what's also gotten me over the hump of prop firms too. But yeah, when you combine what we call around here Pam's plan, which is if you're looking at day trade, and if you want to day trade most effectively right there, this is the argument that we talk about. If you want to day trade, definitely use futures. Futures are by far the best thing to day trade, and then do futures through a prop firm. And we do have a new Pam's Plant image, thanks to a viewer. Hooked us up with that. So that is what we advocate here. Day trading futures through a prop firm. That is the reason why, in my opinion, is a no-brainer decision. If you're looking for the most efficient way to day trading futures through the prop firm is the way to go. Check your spam then. Check your spam folder, Omar. If you signed up, just check your spam. You can have 5 active accounts with Take Profit Trader. How many racehorses can you have with 5 active accounts? 5. You can have 5 pro accounts active at once. You can copy trade up to 5 accounts, Michael. So in the analogy, you can have 5 racehorses that are active, that are out of the stable. But at the same time, you can have tests going on at the same time. You can be trading as many tests as you want. All right, Omar. Here is the link to the free class. Yeah, 400 is, who said that? Diego, agreed, Diego. This area right here at 400, definitely. It has been a thorn in the side of the bulls. Rejected the bulls there, rejected the bulls there, and once again, currently the price kind of putzing around right at this 400 level. What are for tomorrow 25? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You're welcome, Michael. Yeah, get them racehorses going, or get them horses trained. Fill up that stable. It's good for the human psychology. I might try it, yeah. There we go. Take a little scalpy scalp there. Just scalpy scalp in this market. I subscribed you after following a month, and each time I made good profit on day trade. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I still don't know what you mean by what are for tomorrow 25. I don't know. I'm not sure what that actually is in reference to. Batman with cheese just sold at 400. Sold short or sold your profit? What do you mean you sold? Sold to get short or sold and locking in profits from a short or from a long-sided trade? Stream didn't drop off. I'm not sure about the chat box, but I didn't see anyone chat for a minute. Yes, something went weird, I think, with YouTube there. You sold long. Oh. Well, good job. Well, hopefully you bought like somewhere down here. And all right, I'm glad I took the scalpy scalp on that one, because had I chosen to not scalpy scalp, that would have been a losing trade. So right there, win for the scalpy scalp. Full disclosure though, and I don't need to make this if you've been here many times before, but if you're new, full disclosure, scalpy scalp sometimes will make you feel very stupid, because you'll be able to sit there and be like, man, I could have made more money. But in this situation, the scalpy scalp has me feeling wonderful. Wow. All right. Nice move. It did break through 400. If this candle closes above 400, then comes back to 400, I may be interested in buying the back test. Hey, Clay, I blew up my first TPT account yesterday. Any word for me? Well, you're not alone. I've blown up prop firm. That's part of it. That's part of prop firm trading is blowing up accounts. The difference is a blowing up account, if it's your own money, means you're out thousands of dollars. Blowing up a prop firm account means at the very most you're out a couple $100. So just go again. Go again. Again, there's two types of prop firm traders out there. Those that have blown up accounts and liars. Endure MA. Well, I'll do my my list at the end of the day, Endure. But right now we ain't talking stocks, brother. In fact, you got to stop day trading stocks. Why are you day trading stocks? Those are garbage. Day trading stocks is like watching paint dry. Clay, I trade low float. I trade short squeezes. Again, my statement stands. If you like that sort of risk, futures, Pam's plant can give you even better opportunities at gains at lower risk. I'll have to do that again. It's always kind of fun when a small cap trader shows up and they're like, oh, small, and it's like, okay, well, give me your best ever trade, and then they give it, and they've made like $15,000, but then you start to see the amount of capital that was required and all this sort of stuff. Wow. Okay. Was there a tweet or what? What's going on here, folks? But then you do the rest of the math, and it turns out that that person could have used way less money, needed way less of a big move, and then still made way more money at less risk. If you don't pass in the month, do you pay the discounted fee again, or is it? No, it would be the discounted fee. Yep. Because as long as that account is still attached to the code, hopefully it's code Clay, then that account is attached to whatever the deal was when you used it. So for example, right now by using code Clay, so as long as this is an active account, this would always be the deal. You'd get 40% off and then $0 activation fee. And that's a big one right there. I had somebody on YouTube was giving me a hard time, like, well, so-and-so's cheaper. I'm like, no, so-and-so is not cheaper. How so? Well, because a lot of prop firms, they may offer you a lower cost up front, but then you have this. So normally you pass your test, and then after you pass your test, you move into the pro account. And all prop firms, including Take Profit Trader, they have something that's called an activation fee, right? Because you have to activate your pro account or activate your funded account, whatever they call it. But you do have to make an activation. And with Take Profit Trader, normally that activation fee is $130. So you pay for your test, you pass the test, and then in order to activate the pro account, you have to pay $130. But right now with code Clay, not only are you getting 40% off your account, but this is $0. There is no activation fee. Other prop firms, sure, maybe they're lower up front, but as soon as you get to that as soon as you pass, boom, they hit you with this activation fee, which actually then makes them more expensive. So just keep in mind kind of the structure of how prop firms work. So like I said, I really am. I'm trying to give beginners just the straightforward path, and I think Take Profit Trader does that, and that's why I think they're the best in the biz, especially once you get to the pro accounts and get to those daily payouts. There's no caps, there's no consistency rules. Just go trade. Take Profit Trader stops the monthly after test passed. Others might still charge a monthly. Yeah, most of them do, which is why my Racehorse model would not work with all prop firms, self-admittedly, which is disappointing. But yes, the Racehorse model that I use is not. I mean, it's available with other prop firms. I'm just not quite sure it would be cost efficient. Endure MA. Stop. Just stop focusing on HCTI. That would be my word. Why are you day trading such garbage? Why? HCTI. And then let's look at the 5-minute. Like, how are you supposed to day trade this? Look at this huge move. That's garbage. It's pure garbage. When you consider how much was at risk, when you consider how much money was needed to make any sort of decent money from this, it doesn't make any sense. There are better ways to go about day trading, my friend. Pam's Plant, right here, brother. Pam's Plant. Day trade futures through a prop firm. I'm telling you. Get away from HCTI. Good grief. Maybe penny stocks made sense 5-10 years ago. They don't make any sense now with the advent of futures, with the advent of micro futures, and definitely with the advent of prop firms. Literally, mathematically, when I say penny stocks make no sense, I mean that in a literal sense. Like, they logically make no sense. Because that's what math is, right? Math is just logic. Logic is showing structure. That's what math is demonstrating, structure. And it's very straightforward mathematically to show how day trading penny stocks, day trading low floats, day trading short squeezes makes no sense. Day trading options definitely doesn't make any sense. Good grief. I quiver when people show up and they're options day traders. Have you traded options before? Yes, I used to day trade options during my moronic stage. Now, to be fair to myself, I have been around for a very long time. So there was a moment where I literally didn't have any other choices. Like if you wanted to grow smaller accounts, grow your smaller amounts, you'd have to go certain routes. But we're in a whole new day and age. Like the people that are just showing up now, I know I sound like I'm old and crusty, but I kind of am old and crusty. You don't know how good you have it. Because when I got started, sure, there were futures, but they didn't move nearly as good. There were no micros. There were no prop firm accounts. So yeah, I was just kind of stuck in the scumbag world of penny stocks. By the way, we need 3 more likes in the next 3 minutes to keep this party moving. We need 225 likes by the 3 hour and 30 minute mark. So if you are enjoying and you want to see the party continue, you got to hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button. Let's get this up over the 225 likes. I like the idea of futures versus options as there are no Greeks. Exactly, Matt. Exactly. I am at a 100% conversion rate, meaning of the people since I started the live stream that have gone and tried Pam's Plant, and specifically if they were day traders options, every single one has come by and said, I am never doing options again. This part here is amazing. I love being able to say goodbye to theta. Every single one, 100% win rate, 100% conversion rate. Everybody that's been part of the live stream has been open-minded enough to go try Pam's Plant, has come back and said, you were right, Clay. Thank you. Thank you, Clay, for opening my attention, for opening my eyes to Pam's Plant, which is the whole point of the live stream. The live stream is not for me to prove myself as a trader. I don't care. Think about, if you think I'm a terrible trader, that is fine by me. But if you think Pam's Plant is a bad idea, please, let's talk about it. Because as of right now, it is an undefeated argument. Nobody has been able to tell me how Pam's Plant is inefficient or a bad idea. A couple people have tried, but and they're arguing against it. They actually argue for it. That's how good of an argument it actually is. Because it's just math. And with math is math, it's hard to argue against math, right? It's hard to argue that 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 4. Thank you, Coco Chini. The other Pam's Plant image caught the eye a little better. Oh, really? Other people earlier said that this one looked really good. They said it looked, somebody said it looked more professional, to which I would agree. But I appreciate all feedback. Steven, I'm new to trading. I'm 50 and looking towards the future. Nice. What exactly am I looking at here? What you're looking at here is, well, that's a very broad question. But you're looking at a technical chart. You're looking at a candlestick technical chart. You're looking at futures. So that's kind of a broad. Here, Steven, let me just send you this link. Given you are brand new, I'm quite confident that you'll get some good nuggets of wisdom out of this, Steven. So there you go. Check this class. The Barbecue King. All right, I like barbecue. There you go. Sign up for that class. Everybody else, it'll be this evening. So everybody's invited, but with questions like that, which was a good question, Steven, but very broad. Yes, it does. Investing for a living, you can trade on. Well, if you choose Trade-O-Vate as the platform, through Take Profit Trader, if you choose as your platform Trade-O-Vate, then I do know that Trade-O-Vate has an app that you can use on your phone. You can have a stable of Pam's plant formats that you could rotate through every week. That's true. But the old one's colors kind of caught my eye. All right, yeah. Thank you for the feedback. Just here to see how you trade. Looks like you're a mechanical trader like myself. I mean, I guess it depends how you define mechanical. I don't know if I'd quite say mechanical, but I don't know. Maybe we define it differently. Like there is intuition that factors into my trading. So my definition of mechanical trader is zero intuition, like almost like you're just using a script or like an algorithm or a bot. You could have your kids create one. Yeah, maybe. Hey, there we go. We are past 220. I like it. I would really like if we could have 250 likes after a rough start. And again, I gotta shoot. I always got to be honest with the chat. There was definitely a rough start where it was just like, man, am I that terrible today? Where are the likes at? But it's recovered. It is recovered. Still not able to get back up to 300 likes. So that vacation killed me. Vacation from 2 weeks ago. I've come back and the numbers have just not quite been the same. So I'll keep grinding though. I'll keep grinding. People keep using code Clay. I'll keep grinding. We'll get this back up over those numbers we were at before I left for vacation. All right, then yeah, sounds like we're similar then. Unorthodox. This is a pretty interesting setup right here. Let's just go with 2 at this point. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm in. I want to see this either breakout or get out like right now. If this is not the breakout, then oh well. We're fine. Let me move this down to here. Give it a little bit more wiggle room. That's all right. We're plenty green on the day. Might even look to add in a couple more if it wants to pull back here. We'll see. So I am long. Entry point is the blue line. Stop is the red line. Not the best stop, but that's all right. Like I said, given the context of my day in this account, plenty of wiggle. Wow. Okay. Picked up another couple right there. So blue line is my average price. How did I only get 3? Was that just a partial fill down there? I'm in at 92 already, 3 micros. All right. Nice job on 92. Yeah, just trying to play this bull pennant here. Bull pennant, bull flag, whatever you want to call it. That's what I'm looking at right now. Okay, now I'm up to 5. Now, some of you have seen that some positions I start off at 5. So I'm literally right back. I'm at where sometimes I always start at anyways. So blue line is my average price. Let's see if this thing does want to recover back up within the bull pennant. Do you know if on Trade-O-Vate we can have, yeah, I believe so. Can somebody on Trade-O-Vate that does those sorts of things help out Matt Man? I don't really do those, so I can't speak too intelligently about them. Again, I'm long right now. Man. That was looking good, but again, I got plenty of wiggle room, so I could add in another 5 here. And I will. If this comes down here and touches the green line and then starts head back up, I'll add in another 5. Man, click on ATM and put it on. All right, thank you guys for helping. That's great. That's why I love this chat. I say it's the best live, or it's the best chat. Here we go. Come on, push up some more. Blue line is my average. Yep, caught a 200 bounce. Nice job. Unorthodox. Well done. Trying to scale out there. Oh, all out. Whoops. Whoops. Well, never mind on that one. Does not work on copy. Okay. I'll try to remember that stuff, but I appreciate the people. Appreciate you helping out. All right. Well, I've not done well with the bull pennants. I've had two. I mean, I've still had green trades, but this bull pennant right here I tried to play got squirrely on me, and this one got a little squirrely on me. Now, I had no reason to panic or anything like that. Like I said, it stayed beautifully above the 21 EMA that entire time. I was thinking and was willing to buy some more down around here if it showed me some strength off the 21 EMA, but it never did. Will you be sharing a strat? Hey, Markel, you just sign up, Markel. I assure you that question right there tells me you need to be at the class. Right there, that very question is proof of why you need to be on the class, Markel. Like, that question is one of the epitomes. Like, you need to, given the fact you asked that question, like, that is confirmation. There's some things that you need to hear, Markel. Because here's a spoiler. You got some wrong mentalities right now. You got some wrong viewpoints, Markel. You need to be, in a polite, lovingly way, smacked upside your head, Markel. Man, that question makes me feel good. I still got the class is still 100% relevant. Still 100% relevant after I see questions like that. You better be there, Markel. Missed another entry. Yeah, hey, you know what? That's part of being a trader, missing entries. No shame there. I'm going to keep an eye on that. How often do I do that? Every day at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Sometimes I show up early, Mark. So if you want to catch it right when I go live, then you can just subscribe, turn on notifications, and you'll be made aware. But yeah, every day at 11 a.m. At 11 a.m. Eastern is the latest I will be here. But normally I'm here a little earlier than that. But I pride myself in never being late, so I will never be beyond 11 a.m. unless I have some sort of like technical issues or something like that, something out of my control. All right, will it break through this trend line here? And if so, is that going to give us some more continuation? That is the question. That is the question. We have basically a symmetrical triangle. If you want to use the 21 EMA as kind of the lower trend line right here. So there's our lower trend line. Here's the upper trend line. So there's the triangle. Just becomes a question of which way is it going to go. And on that note, I put up a good fight, but the bladder is finally... So I'll be right back. We'll see what happens with the wedge, but I gotta go pee. All right, trying to break to the upside. Nice break to the upside. Target, or at least first target, I'd say is that pink line there, which is the overnight high. White line is the high of the day. So right around here, I would say is a more than valid target. Whoops. Now, whether or not it breaks up through there, that's where it becomes more of a question mark. Now, I guess to be fair, there's no guarantees that the price is going to go up there for sure anyways, but I don't think anybody would be shocked if they went up there. Class tonight. No, not necessarily for beginners. I mean, it's, yeah, beginners. I think there's something in there for everybody, though. But, I mean, sure, is it geared probably more towards beginners? Yeah, that's fair. But is it only for beginners? I don't know if I take it that far. Did you wash your hands, Clay? Yeah. Or, no, I didn't. Just give me a second. Okay, now they're washed. Now they're washed. Thank you for the reminder, Matt. Or do we have a triple top, you know? I can see some people out there on the short side thinking, well, we have a rejection here. We got a rejection there. Do we get the third rejection right here? I can see some people wondering about the triple top. Oh boy, this is why I say, show me a better Hollywood movie than this. Grab your popcorn. This is the good stuff right here. Clean hands wins trades. In theory. In theory. Quadruple top historic all-time highs. Oh, is this the all-time high right here? I guess I didn't realize that. We are 14 likes away from 250. Would love to hit that number. That's just a good confidence builder for myself. Keeps me motivated. So if you have not yet hit the like button and you're enjoying, please consider doing so. Would love to get this up to at least 250 likes. That'd be great. Oh, the shorts right now. 5 minutes looking pretty sketchy for the longs. Again, this is the 5 minute. So what I just pointed out there is that first rejection, second rejection, and now this candle here forming. Does history repeat itself? Are we watching the triple top in motion right now? I'm thinking about a potential short with the triple top, but I'm not totally convinced. Maybe I'm wrong to not be totally convinced right now. That's a possibility. If it's gone go nasty, we'll see. Is anybody short? Give me a 2 right now in the chat if you are currently short, looking to play this triple top. Give me a 2 if you're short. JJ's trying to play the triple top. Really? Just okay. JJ Cole, Mattman. There we go. Sifa, you get another account fired up, Sifa. Done for the day. Already signed up. Good job, Mark. Good. Yeah, you good. Or Markel, excuse me, too. Ron, Angry Sushi, Steve. All right, Steve, Curtis. Oh, come on. Sam, come on. Office Space. Office Space. Come on, man. I beg your pardon? Oh, no, he says, I beg your pardon, I think, beforehand. It is a classic. A cult classic. Because if I remember, if I know my movie trivia correctly, I don't think it did that well in theaters. So I think it's more of like a cult classic, like one of those that got super popular afterwards. I could be wrong, though. All right, we got quite a few people in here that are short, looking for this triple top to play out. All right, now who's long? Give me a 1 if you're long. Because on the other side of things, I see people, if we use this as the lower part of the pattern, I can see people saying, but Clay, look at this bull pennant. Let's put the golf hole down here, make it look official. I can see other people, so give me a 1 if you're long. So are you taking the all right? So unorthodox, you're new. So what we appreciate here is give us an entry, a stop loss, and a target before the price gets to those levels. So if you think it's going to be a nasty short squeeze, cool. But that is, to be fair, a broad statement. So let's take that broad statement and now please make that applicable. So again, tell us how you're going to make money from the short squeeze. So give us an entry, give us a target, and give us your stop. All right, well, the triple toppers, the shorts are a little irritated right now. Long at this level means FOMO. I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, yeah, I'd have to disagree with that. I could see people getting long here, trying to play the bull pennant. I don't know. I don't see that being FOMO. Sadie's in at 13, stop 99, target 25. All right, thanks, Sam. Not if I've been long since this morning. Then you're not really a day trader, though. I'm assuming people here are day traders. If you've been long since this morning, you're basically like a swing trader. I mean, you've been holding for hours upon hours upon hours. That's not really what we're doing in here. I mean, you're welcome in here. I'm just saying that I'm asking, and I talk in more of a way where I'm assuming people are more so like day traders, not looking to hold for hours on end. Yeah, you're kind of a day trader. You're like a, what do we say we were going to call those people? Like a swing trader. You're like a swing trader. You are, yeah, or a swang. Yeah, you're like a sway trader. I mean, you are a day trader to be right, but you're closer to a swing trader than you are a day trader. I think that's how I'm going to describe it. You are close. The people that have been holding in for hours on end, you are way closer to a swing trader than you are a day trader. Even though you are still technically a day trader, like that's almost deceiving. I mean, who here wants to hold for hours on end? That is crazy. Okay. Which also just illustrates how everybody's different. Everybody's got to figure out what works for you. Because to me, that sounds absolutely like torture. Like just the worst thing to have to hold for hours and hours. But for some people, they probably love it. That's their emotional sweet spot, and good for them. All right. 412 entry, stop 392. All right, I like it, unorthodox. Good job. That's good stuff. People are giving your trade plans ahead of time. And even if it doesn't work out, no shame there. Welcome to the world of day trading, or really just trading in general, where you're never going to be right all the time. Okay, so I want to go just kind of randomly, but back to the whole webcam thing. For anybody that's, like, if I go and get this this Logitech Brio 500, what is it going to make me look better, or is my camera already like maxed out? I don't know if that's the right way of asking it. because the technical space is not my strong suit. All right, here we go. Come on, seven likes away from 250. Let's just get that monkey off our back, and if we can do that, I'll go beyond the 4-hour mark. How long beyond the 4-hour mark? I don't know. I know my record is 4 hours and 40 minutes. I'm not saying that we're gonna set a new record, but I am saying we'll push it beyond the 4-hour mark a bit. But the next step in that is we got to get this at least to 250 likes. So we are 6 likes away. Hey, Sam, stop acting like I understand all that stuff. Bro. I'm asking because I don't understand. So don't talk to me like I should understand. I don't understand. That's not common knowledge. No, if I was like, hey, what's 2 plus 2? You'd be totally right to say, bro, dude, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Like, how do you not know that, bro? I guess, to be fair, maybe I'm in the wrong here. Maybe I should know that this is 1080p and that 1080p is 1080p and that 4K is not going to stream in 4K anyways. Do you ever let a trade run longer if you're into profit with a short amount of time and you see any? Come on, all right. I guess I don't recognize the name Colin Birch. But yes, Colin. For any longer time viewers of the live stream, in fact, I had some early on in the stream. I do. Sometimes I just do little scalps, but other times I do indeed let it run. Now, have I ever let something run for me for hours upon hours? No. But yeah, I've had trades where, yeah, you just sit back. I call it around here the sweet spot of trading. So yes, I oftentimes do my best to put myself in the sweet spot of trading, where my only stress in the world is not if I make money, but how much money am I going to make. So yes, to answer your question, I do that at times. But it sounds like the trades you've seen, Colin, have just been me doing little scalps. And I do say scalps a little different. Oh, all right. So Sam is more so, he's complaining about you other people that are saying it's your internet. He's like, stop complaining about Clay's camera. It's your internet that's too slow. He says, get the hamsters off the wheel and get some faster internet. I see what you're saying, Sam. All right, cool, Colin. Well, welcome to have you. That doesn't make any sense. Welcome. It's good to have you. Can we tell we're going on the 4-hour mark? My English is starting to fall apart here. Your camera is fine. At least you're not one of those AI avatar streamers. I didn't even know such a thing existed. I am so far out of the loop on some of the stuff, apparently. So far out of the loop. All right, we're actually at an interesting level here. I might give this a try. Yeah, let's see if this thing wants to bounce. So I'm long at the blue line. Stop is at the red line. I'll throw some targets out there just in case there's some sort of spike in the upwards direction. So long at the blue line. This red line down here is my stop. Threw out a couple of targets. And I'll throw out one more just in case there's really a big spiky spike. We'll see what happens. Your English was never good anyway. Fair enough. Fair enough. Touche. Uh-oh. Not looking good for me. Not looking like I'm going to get the bounce off the 50 period. There's no way I survive this, right? There's no way. There's no way I survive this. I'm getting stopped out. All right, out. All right. I tried. But we're just, I don't know, starting to slowly bleed right now. I have fiber internet, 500 minutes, 1 minute outage, 20-minute outage in 3 years. Wow, that's good. As somebody that's pretty new to fiber still, Rick, that's a good testimonial. I would get short 1 and 1, 10 points, but I have no skin in this game. Do you ever have skin in the game, Mikey? Like, I'm not aware of a time where you've ever had skin in the game. In fact, it seems like the only time you stop by the live stream is like when you don't have skin in the game. But I could be wrong, Mikey. Hey, Clays, for the horse race strategy, you never do a copy trade if you have 2 or 3. I mean, you could. I'm not doing that right now. I'm not saying there aren't variations of it. But my description of it is just a framework. The general framework is always make sure that you're putting horses in the stable. That way your racehorses, if there are some casualties, it's not a situation where you got to go back and pass tests all over again. So however that looks, again, the core of the strategy is to make it so you're not trading scared with a pro account. Namely, trading scared because, oh great, if I fail, then I got to go through the test phase again. We want to eliminate that. So that's the general structure. How the finer tuned details of that, will be case by case. How does copy trading fit into that? I mean, if you're doing copy trading, then you're probably going to want to have multiple tests going on at once and copy trade. Because if you're copy trading your pro accounts, then in theory, well, I'm glad I got stopped out. What in the world is this? That was quite the move, huh? Wow. Well, I'm definitely glad I stopped out where I did because that could have... Oh, thank you, Jim. Thank you. That's right. I'll go back to... How did you only get 10 points on that? Like, shouldn't you have, like, the spike should have carried you at least at 20, even if you didn't try. One of my test accounts is about to renew, but it's sort of close to drawdown. Can I cancel this account and start? Yeah, I would just do that. Yeah, Neb. I would do that. I mean, you can try to YOLO it and see if you can resurrect it. But if, it sounds like that one is basically toast. So I would, you're on the right path, yes. But I would say at least try. At least try to YOLO it, see if you can get it past. And if not, oh well. When you're testing new accounts while trading 5, can you only pass the test or can pass the buffer too? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, good to see you, by the way. Where have you been? Good to see you. How are we feeling? Feeling good. No, I appreciate it, Jim. Thank you. Just took out 72, filled that. Yeah, I was going to say, unorthodox, weren't you talking about a short squeeze? I might have you confused with somebody else, but somebody was talking about a short squeeze coming. And with all due respect, the exact opposite has happened of a short squeeze. Oh, had your problem. Okay, that makes sense. So it got hit and that was it, MJ. That makes sense. Gotcha. I've been here in and out, but not trading, so I figure I would just watch. Well, good to see you regardless, Emmy. Well, I guess that's why trading's hard. You thought it was going to the moon, but it actually went down the toilet. Oh, okay. So he's holding by the fact that the short squeeze is coming at some point. Where is your stop loss in? Where are you finally waving the flag? Unorthodox, where is your stop loss actually at? How you're long and how you didn't get stopped out on this move is a little confusing to me. But like I said, I know you're new to the channel, so I clearly have no idea what your strategy is. So, like, where's your stop loss actually at? That in my mind, that's wild that you were long and this move here did not stop you out. That's so, like, where actually is your stop? I guess you did give us a trade plan. I could scroll back up and try to find it, but it'd be just easier if you reminded us where's your. Trying to find your trade plan, brother. Yeah, I can't find it. I remember you giving me some numbers, but I don't remember. Oh, there it is right there. Okay. Let's bring it over here. Wait a second here. Something ain't right. Entry at 412, stop 392, take profit 452. It definitely went down below 392, brother. It went way below there. You didn't get stopped out there? Well, that's not what you said right here, brother. What's going on here? What? I'm confused. Entry 412. Stop. Do you see why I like why I prefer people give numbers ahead of time? That way I can bring the receipts. We can bring the receipts. Stop is at 72. All right. I'm a little confused. Seems like we got all sorts of trade plans going on from you, but all right. Stop is at 72. A little confusing to me. I'm not sure why a stop would be right above VWAP, but everybody's got their own thing. Everybody kind of doing their own thing. I see. So this trade plan is something you would have done. So entry at 412. Okay, well, so this trade plan you gave was wrong then. Gotcha. That one was wrong. So this trade plan was which is again fine. Everybody's wrong from time to time, but that's why I like when people put the numbers up front. So that one specifically was incorrect. You would have lost money on that one, but you're just saying the one that you have actual money in this game has got that. Done for the day. I'm up 1480 on one account and 697 on another. Hopefully we keep it. Good job, Relax. Good job. Relax. Now moving into the racehorse strategy. I like it. The racehorse model. What we got to figure out, is it a model or a strategy? I don't know. We'll have to think about what word makes it sound the most legit. All right. Is this a dead cat bounce here? That is the question. Is this thing about to come down through here? Or is this a legitimate bounce here? I don't know. I would not be shocked if this was a dead cat bounce and this thing decides to roll back over. But we'll see what happens with it here. Right now it's trying to hold up. Model thinks sounds good. Okay, maybe the racehorse model. Okay. I like to reach 3K point on the test accounts ASAP so I can keep them flip trade until the 5-day mark. Yeah, that's that. Me too, JJ. I'm definitely aggressive. I'd prefer to get to that mark as quickly as possible and then just flip trade. But yeah, no, I understand now, Orthodox. No, I understand. The trade plan that I showed was when you gave up as, okay, this is another way I could play it. That one was wrong. That trade plan was indeed wrong. It would have been stopped out. But I do understand that the one you're actually in is not that one. So I get you. That's all clarified. Model, okay. We'll go with that. The racehorse model. Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody, I'm not sure. I don't know if anybody really understands what happened right here. Well, I mean, What happened was more supply showed up than demand. So the question really becomes, well, why did more supply show up than demand? Well, I mean, that depends. CFA. If it's gonna just renew tomorrow, or if it's just gonna renew tomorrow, just wait for the subscription to renew. But if you still have like many days, multiple weeks, then yeah, just reset, because the reset's only $100. Right, what is it gonna do? Is this a dead cat or is this not? That's the question right now. A dead cat bounce, meaning it's not legit, right? So it's come down here. Is this going to be just part of some sort of move like this? So that's what we're wondering right now. Is this coming? Is this sort of overall move coming? And if so, is this going to be the first leg? No, I'm not. I don't see any bear pennants right now. What I see is a bull pennant. This is technically a bull pennant right there. Problem is, it's a bull pennant in a downwards move, so that's always a little bit sketchy. Uh-oh. Silly question incoming. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Wouldn't the big sell-off candle be the start of a bear pennant? I mean, it could be, but right, like as I drew it, I mean, you can't deny that that's not like a little miniature bull pennant right there. But if you're looking at things from a bigger picture, I mean, could bull pennants occur in overall bear pennants? Sure, like if... Okay, that's not really the case here, but... If I reset my account today on TBT and my subscription renewal is set for 8/1, will the renewal happen on 8/1 and my balance reset? I don't know. I don't know, because I've never played at the margins like that, Jim. So I guess I don't. Can somebody, maybe that's... I've never been that close, because like I said, I've always, the longest that I've ever had to take a pass a test was, I can't remember. The first 150K I ever passed definitely took me, I still got it done within a month, and it still wasn't even close to the butting up against the edge. Okay, Jim, according to Neb, balance resets immediately, but renewal date stays the same. I think that answers your question. Thanks, Neb. You can't copy trade on NinjaTrader. Well, I guess somebody on NinjaTrader, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you use NinjaTrader, I believe you need a third-party software to do copy trading. I believe. Thank you, MJ. Yeah, replicantato, whatever. That's another reason why I'm not saying this is, but if you are doing copy trading, you don't want to have to pay for a third-party software. Tradeovate does include copy trader within the platform itself. All right, perfect for this. Okay, yeah. I wonder if you can roll over accounts to Tradeovate. I don't know. I doubt it, I doubt it, but I could be wrong. It's going to be 2 o'clock. It's going to be what? It's going to be 2. The squeeze should happen now. Okay, define now. Like, is now meaning like literally right now, or is now within the next 5 minutes? What do you mean by now? Because as of now, there is no squeeze. It's going down. But to be fair, I don't know how you're defining quote unquote now. So if you don't mind, can you define quote unquote now for us? Please don't go quiet, and then if it goes up, say, okay, that's what I meant by now. Please don't do that. Could you at least define the term ahead of time? Right. Hey, bro, I'm asking you, can you define now? You literally just said it should happen now. Okay, well, when is now? Because if I take that at face value, now is like right at this exact moment. And so you've been wrong. There has been no short squeeze. But that's why I'm trying to be fair to you. I'm saying, well, maybe we mean now is in like, well, I actually just mean within the next 5 minutes or next 20 seconds. Bro. So, bro, can you define your terms, please? That's all I'm asking. Define your terms. I'm trying to give you a way out, because as of now, you keep talking about this short squeeze and it keeps not happening. So I'm trying to maybe he means like within the next 5 minutes, because it surely did not happen now when you made that message. I'm trying to help you out. It should happen yesterday. I mean, the other thing, Sifaya, is you can just cancel that account, just cancel it totally, and just buy a new account. Because, I mean, the promo is the same, so you're not losing out. Now, the only way that would make sense, Sifaya, is if Take Profit Trader had changed their promotion. And if they're running a new promotion, then I can see why you'd want to do that. But right now, it's the same exact promotion, so you're not, like, actually losing out on anything. If you want to get started with a new test, then just cancel that current account and just purchase a whole new account. And silence. See, that's the sound of silence. Why do I get this suspicion that if this all of a sudden shoots up, he'll show up and say, that's what I meant by now? Why that's just what my spidey sense is saying. By 2:15 or 2:30. Okay, so now is what you probably should have said is soon, within the next, or soon by. Now, not the right terminology there. But okay, now we have that defined. There we go. Okay, Clay, I will use same email for the new account if I cancel. Yeah, just use the same email. That's fine. Yeah. It is interesting. As an FYI, if you are in the prop firm space, you're thinking about getting in the prop firm world, and whether you're beginner, intermediate, or advanced, Take Profit Trader. They're the best way to go about it. And best rules, best payment policy, and they pay quick, they pay out, they don't have a million different rules, But if you are looking to expand the empire, or maybe you already use Apex and you're looking to help support the live stream, then using code Clay can do that, because as I've said and will always continue to say, just to be upfront, as much as I do enjoy this, there is the business component. This does need to be quote unquote worth my time. If it's not worth my time, then as a husband, as a father, I need to be using my time elsewhere. But if you do use code Clay, not only do you get the current promotions and discounts and all that good stuff, so you're saving money to use code Clay, but it is also a way to make it worth my time, and therefore the live stream will continue. So if in any way, shape, or form you want to just play a role in ensuring that the live stream continues day in and day out, then just help to make it worth my time by using code Clay. So I know sometimes that maybe offends people, that I'm not here out of the strict goodness of my heart, but sorry, I got to make sure I'm using my time wisely. So there does need to be a little bit of that worth my time component factored in. So code Clay is a way to do that, and I appreciate it. And I'm going to call it good. I am offering this class tonight, so everybody is welcome. I'll put the link in the chat box real quick for the webinar. Free webinar. So you can check that out if you want. And you can make sure to see that. It's always fun to see people from the live stream there. But make sure to check that out. And again, use code Clay at Take Profit Trader Apex in order to support the stream. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. On your way out, if you have not yet, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe, turn on notifications, because sometimes I do show up kind of randomly and early. So if you want to know exactly when I do go live, then subscribing and turning on notifications will open that up for you. So thank you everybody for being here. For those of you that are beyond the class in I guess several hours from now, I'll see you there. But if not, I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. So everybody take care. Have a good one. And yeah, use code Clay so I can get a new camera and so I can feed my kids some pizza. All right, everybody. Have a good one.